until the girl who said please be my friend forever is no longer my friend. Volume 2 by Iwatsuka Azuka. Translated by Sleepy Poppet. I can't read Japanese TL. Audiobook by Masquerade. Prologue. Why Yui, are you okay? Yuan calling out to her in concern. The white-haired girl Kamishiro Yui gave a small nod in return. It was the first day of high school. The train station in the morning was crowded with people commuting to and from school and work, and people of the same age, some in suits and others in uniforms, walked past at a brisk pace. It wasn't as bad as the Tokyo rush you'd see on TV, but going against the flow of people was still slightly strenuous. And from time to time, people walking down the street would glance in their direction. Although he had expected it, Yui, with her pure white hair, dressed in her high school uniform, was attracting his eyes even though he didn't want to look. However, Yui was far more concerned about the hand that was connected to Yuma's, as she glanced at it shyly. Frankly, this was embarrassing for Yuma and extremely bad for his heart, but he didn't want to let go. The softness and warmth of Yui's small hands, the trust she placed in him by intertwining their fingers, all made him extremely happy. If he wasn't careful, his face would easily turn slack. Of course, this isn't the time to be grinning. This is probably the first time Yui's been to a place with so many people before. Although she was much better compared to before, he was still worried about leaving Yui alone. As a best friend and as a man, he had to protect Yui when push came to shove. Ha, ha. He heard Yui take a deep breath. Are you really okay? If it's really impossible, tell me. Okay? Yuan, I'm okay. She looked nervous, but even so, Yui smiled faintly, looking in the direction of Yuma. If it had just been me a few years ago, most likely, I would have run away, but now, I have Yuma by my side. From Yui's gaze as she says this, and from her voice, he felt an unmatched level of trust. In order to respond to that trust, he put strength into his hand. Yui squeezed back in a similar way, despite looking a little embarrassed. Pulling along Yui's hand as it was, they walked to the platform. Hereupon, they spotted several people here and there wearing the same uniform as them. They were probably the same new students. Naturally, at this point, you'd want to separate your hand from me, right? No. Look, if we walk in holding hands, people might think we have that kind of relationship. And I'm sure you wouldn't like that, right? Yui's face immediately turned a bright red at these words. However, Yui didn't let go of his hand. Far from anything. She squeezed even harder, as if to say don't leave me. Is it no good? At the mumbled answer, he felt his heart beating violently once more. That is, he couldn't help but think whether she meant it as fellow best friends or that she just doesn't care about what others think. Yuma, so, is it a no? After all, me too. I don't mind. Then, let's go. Both of them were blushing red, waiting for the train side by side on the platform. A little while ago, when he stayed over at Yui's house, to be exact, it was obvious that Yui's attitude was strange. Before, she used to be so clingy and behave like a spoiled child that he had a hard time resisting her skinship, but now she seems embarrassed just to be holding hands together like this. I wonder if Yui has become a little more aware of me as a member of the opposite sex? He thought about that and hurriedly stopped. It's no good to think about that sort of thing now. His heart was already near the point of no return. As he waited on the platform, the train arrived. Why yikes, it's pretty crowded. The train was packed. Once on the train, it would seem impossible to move properly. Staring at such a scene, Yui stood still, perhaps intimidated. Let's go. He pulled Yui's hand and got on the train. Going with the flow of the passengers, he somehow managed to get Yui to stand in the corner next to the door. Furthermore, Yuma placed his hand on the wall to protect Yui from other passengers. When everything went as he expected, Yuma breathed a sigh of relief. A crowded train like this was just too much for Yui, who was petite. In addition, it's said that on crowded trains like this, molesters may appear, and Yui, who looks rather timid, was a likely target. Even if Yui were molested, she'd probably hit the offender out of anger. Actually no, a hit wouldn't be the right word. She'd probably hit him with a run-up. However, after he did that, He soon realized this position was the so-called cape-don you often see in shuo manga and the like. Yui, noticing the same thing, turned red and cast her eyes downwards. In this way, Yui's girlishness became more apparent to him, making him really uncomfortable. Sorry about that. Mumbling something, Yui took out her smartphone from her bag. She lightly typed in a few words and pointed the screen toward him. I'm okay. Thank you for protecting me from the others. He felt slightly relieved, seeing how his intentions seemed to be conveyed. However, to know that Yui was so embarrassed that even she couldn't speak properly, he became more and more embarrassed. The awkward silence continued, and then, the train shook on a curve. Another passenger pushed his back, and his body came in close contact with Yui's. Sorry, are you okay? Why yeah! Exclamation mark. Yui raised her face only to find that their faces were incredibly close. The distance between their lips was so close that if Yuma bent at his waist a little, their lips would touch. The two turned a deep red and hurriedly looked away in a panic. Sorry. It's okay. He wanted to separate immediately, but it was hard to do so on this crowded train. Someone, help. Muttering these things in his mind, Yuma was swaying on the train section. On the other hand, Yui was not okay at all. Just now, their faces were immensely close. It was so close that her lips would have touched his should she have stood up a little taller, and it reminded her of the dream that she had about kissing Yuma when Yuma came to stay over that night. In spite of the fact that she was thrilled to have Yuma protect her from the other passengers in a cape-don-like manner, any more than this, she wouldn't be able to tolerate it. Feeling ashamed, she wanted to run away right this instant. Even now, the cape-don position was still ongoing. Before, when she saw this scene in a manga, why was the heroine's heart beating so fast? She couldn't really sympathize with her all too well, but now, she understood how the heroine felt. If a boy she liked did this to her, of course, she'd be thrilled. She felt her face burning once more. She started to worry if Yuma could hear the sound of her heartbeat. Nervously, she looked up and checked on Yuma's appearance. Yuma was looking slightly upward, his face facing the other direction. His face, it looks redder than usual. Perhaps, Yuma's conscious of me because of how close we are? Thinking about that made her heart faster. I'd be happy if Yuma's heart was beaten fast too. If Yuma really wants to kiss me or something like that, then maybe I'll. What am I thinking? Thinking about such a thing in the middle of the train ride, her face immediately turned red. Whoosh! Steam started emanating from her face. No, that's different. Just now, what I said was wrong. Unaware of who she was making excuses for, she shouted that in her mind. She was already at her limit, but it would be a little while before the train arrived at the station. She wanted to arrive at the station as soon as possible. However, in her heart, she wished this time could go on forever. A mysterious feeling of happiness even though her chest was in pain. She wished for him to notice her feelings. She wanted to tell him, but she was afraid. Embarrassed. She didn't want to be noticed. She wanted to leave right away, and yet, she wanted to stay by his side forever. Such feelings were spinning around in her heart, and she felt happy even though it was painful. She was supposed to be at her limit, but she wanted more and more. Mustering a little courage, she stuck her forehead on Yuma's chest. She couldn't feel any body heat. However, she felt happiness and love overflowing just by doing this. I love you. Muttering in a small voice that no one could hear. Because of the thickness of the uniform, Yui didn't realize until the end that Yuma was as thrilled as her. Chapter 1 First Day of School with Yui. Once off the train, Yuma took a huge breath. While he was inside of the train, he noticed how good Yui's hair smelled as she stuck to him. Yuma felt a vague sense of guilt at smelling her scent, so he tried to breathe as little as possible. He was aware that he was being too conscious of it, but how could one not be conscious of it? The girl he likes is giving him her trust and affection. He felt like he'd used up all his luck from being born a man. He felt like he'd never get tired of her preciousness. Well, he felt a lot of things inside that train. After getting off the train, they walked with the flow of people to the station exit. Naturally, he was embarrassed and couldn't afford to hold her hand. Yui also felt the same, following Yuma with her face turned downwards. However, Yui's small hand was still pinching the sleeve of Yuma's uniform. Embarrassed, as though she was saying, "Don't leave me." Seeing Yui so affectionate was regrettable, as he couldn't stop thinking about how much he wanted to hold her. But of course, such a thing was impossible. No matter how much he yearned for it, the relationship between them was still thoroughly that of friends. Holding her hand had some justification, such as keeping her from getting separated or not making her feel uncomfortable, but anything beyond that was naturally no good. He had to draw a firm line. Or rather, it was simply not a good idea to be walking so close together. They were already close to the school, and there were new students like themselves here and there. Yui told him that she didn't mind if people thought of them as having that kind of relationship, but she hadn't been to school in a long time. It would be better to avoid that kind of misunderstanding out of the blue. Yui? I know it's a little late to say this, but if you stick to me too much, so any more than this is, she faltered, but it seemed like she understood his intentions. Yui nodded slightly and let go of her hand. Her face was cast downwards, leaving him unable to see her expression. However, for some reason or another, she looked sorry. He took a deep breath while searching for his words. This isn't making up for it or anything, but on the way home. If it's all right with you. Wanna hold hands again? Yui kept her face downwards while nodding. It was clear that she was overcome with happiness. Yui's happy over the thought of holding hands with me again. The mere thought of that caused his heart to beat rapidly. He couldn't help it. Yui was just too adorable. After leaving the train station and walking a little, they arrived at the school. Behind the imposing school gate stood a dignified white school building, Seiko High School. For the next 3 years, the two would attend this school. The school tradition values the freedom and independence of students, and there was no censure for dyeing hair and putting on makeup, so long as it wasn't excessive. Students were also allowed to bring in their cell phones and so forth, as long as they weren't used during class. There was even talk about teachers hosting game tournaments with the students after school. It was a far cry from junior high school, where phones would be confiscated if found. On the other hand, if a student were to get a failing mark on a test or have a bad attitude in class, he or she would be subjected to strict punishment, and if it involves bullying and the like, they might even be expelled from school. Such balance was why Yuma was attracted and chose this high school. Well, just as he anticipated, Yui was already attracting the eyes of those around her. There were new students everywhere, dressed in the same freshly graded uniforms as Yuma and the others, and when they became aware of Yui, they all directed their line of sight toward her. Even Yuma, who was standing next to Yui. This kind of thing is quite understandable. After all, as one would expect, not many people were openly staring, but even so, they could still feel their gaze. Some were even whispering to one another. "Yui, are you okay?" Yui nodded her head, but getting stared at by people she would start going to school with is different from getting stared at by complete strangers. After all, she seemed more nervous than back at the station. However, she didn't seem intimidated by the stares of those around her compared to the first time she met Yuma. That alone was a great improvement. Nevertheless, she still seemed embarrassed by all the attention, hiding her small frame behind Yuma's back. Such a gesture was so cute that it aroused his desire to protect her. Let me see. According to the pamphlet, when new students enter the school, they are supposed to turn left along the school building and enter through the entrance. There is a class division chart pasted there, so you check what class you are in and wait in your classrooms. Yui stared at Yuma with her eyes wide open. The face that had been lying face down in embarrassment just a moment ago changed completely, and now she was beginning to freak out. "See class division? T then, D. Does that mean I might be in a different class from Yuma?" "Well, it's all based on luck." It's been a first in a long time since Yui came to school that she forgot all about the class divisions. She was trembling with anxiety. He headed for the entrance while thinking in the corner of his mind, if it comes down to it, should I talk to her teacher about the situation and ask her to put me in the same class? When he went around to the entrance, he found a crowd of people, Apparently, the class list chart was there. Yuma tiptoed behind the crowd to search for his and Yui's names. Why Yuma, do you see it? Wait just a minute. Yeah, I see it. We're both in the same class. Yui's anxious expression lit up when he said that. Ah really? Are we in the same class? Really? Yeah, I'm glad. Yes. Just in case, I'd like to check it out for myself. Is that okay? Okay. Then let's wait a little longer. They waited a little and went to the front just as the crowd began to thin out. Yui confirmed her and Yuma's names on the class list many times over, and her face broke into a happy smile. I'm so happy. An innocent smile that conveyed she was drowning in happiness. He reached out his hand and immediately pulled it back. Her loose smile was so cute that he was tempted to pat her head, but now people were looking at them. Are you relieved? Thanks. Well, in any case, I'm glad we're in the same class. It's amazing, isn't it? Us, huh? Yui blushed and looked down. She mumbled as if wanting to say something. Then she took out her smartphone. There was a moment's hesitation in taking out her smartphone at school, but this school does not prohibit smartphones. Yuma also does the same and pulls out his smartphone to start chatting. We met by chance, became friends by chance, and coincidentally, we're the same age. Furthermore, we also happen to go to the same school and live near each other, so it was amazing that we were in the same class this time. Now that you mention it, that's true. I wonder what the odds are of it happening. There was a short pause before the next message arrived. Thinking that Yui's reply was slow, he glanced at her. Yui seemed to have already finished typing her message, but her finger was wandering around as if she was wondering whether she should send the message or not. Yui's shoulders rose and fell as if taking a deep breath. Then, as if deciding, she tapped the send button. I wonder if it's fate after all. Such a message made his heart beat rapidly. He felt his face heat up. His heart began beating violently. He had used the word fate before, though it was a joke at the time, but now, it was different. He didn't know how to put it into words properly, but something was different. For a girl he liked to use the word fate, you would wonder if there were any boys who could still remain calm. Yui's face turned bright red, embarrassed. Seeing her like that, you would expect that there might be some kind of special meaning behind it. Maybe so, he replied, his heart pounding. He could only say it like that. Agreeing with Yui's words, he was hopelessly lacking in romantic experience to give a thoughtful response here. But, even so, immediately following the sound of Yui's ringtone picon, Yui's face, which was already red, turned red up to her ears, and she hid her face behind her phone. Seeing her like that, his heart began to thump even more violently, not to mention he wanted to hug her as hard as he could. Bing bong bang bong. The familiar chimes sounded somewhat silly. All of you. That's the bell. Hurry up and get to your classrooms. A teacher-like person urges them to go to our classrooms. He looked around, and before he knew it, the other students were gone. Let's go. Why yes, let's go. With mixed feelings of relief and regret, they headed to the classroom. However, it didn't end there. After that, the entrance ceremony ended without any particular incident, and the first homeroom as a high school student took place, and at that time, a raffle was held to decide the seats. By some chance, is God playing with us? It was no surprise that Yuma was thinking about such a thing. As a result of the seating decision, Yuma was seated in the back seat by the window, and Yui, of all people, was seated next to him. Yui's face was already red, her face covered with both her hands. Yuma was also the same. His heart was pounding so hard that he couldn't look straight at Yui. At any rate, a moment ago, she also said, maybe it's fate that we ended up in the same class. How could anyone not be conscious of that? He occasionally glanced at Yui while listening to the female teacher talk in front of the blackboard, and at one point, his eyes met those of Yui's, who was also looking his way. Both of them hurriedly panicked and averted their eyes. Having come this far, he also had some slight expectations. Maybe, Yui, about me, for a moment. He thought about such a thing, but he immediately shook it off. He wasn't sure if he could maintain his composure if he were aware of it any longer, and that's when, I'm going to ask everyone to introduce themselves now! Exclamation mark. At the teacher's words, Yui's body trembled. Well then, we'll start off from the front of the row. Let me see, Hasegawa-kun. Please introduce yourself. Thus, the self-introductions began, starting with the seats in the front row on the corridor side. Yuma and the others were the last in the flow. Yui was completely overwhelmed. She must have no idea how to introduce herself. She was in a panic, moving about in confusion. That's right. I decided to take care of Yui. This isn't the time to be thinking about something else. Self-introduction. It's the first impression you make on your classmates. If you can finish it safely, then it's fine. To be frank, you can't really remember the contents of a self-introduction unless it's rather eccentric. 3 people had already finished introducing themselves, but I paid no attention. However, you definitely want to avoid being nervous. Yui's white hair makes her stand out and easy to remember. Worst case, Yui's perceived as someone who's bad at communicating, and that makes her hard to get along with. And yet, Yui was utterly nervous. As her turn approached, her nerves seemed to be getting worse and worse, and she was now completely stiff. Seeing Yui's nervous self, Yuma impulsively took Yui's hand in his. Her eyes widened. Yuma himself was swirling with the feeling of what the hell am I doing? But he couldn't back down now. He squeezed Yui's hand tightly as if to say it's going to be okay. Fortunately, no one was looking at them because the student, exactly opposite them, was introducing himself. He squeezed Yui's cold hand to transfer his own body heat to her. After some time, Yui also squeezed back. They held each other's hands silently as if they were checking each other's touch. It felt really good and made them feel happy, even if they were just holding hands. But, in any case, embarrassing things were still an embarrassment. Yui's face was scarlet red. This might have made her even more nervous. However, her nervousness seems to have been overridden, or perhaps she no longer seemed anxious to introduce herself. Yui squeezed Yuma's hand once as if to say it's all right now. Then, she gently untied her hand with a smooth motion. A few moments later, it was Yui's turn to introduce herself. Yui took one last deep breath and stood up. Everyone turned to look at Yui. Kei Kamishiro. Yui is my name. I'm 15 years old. Of course, since she had just entered high school, she would normally be 15 years old. A small laugh escapes from the classroom here and there. This is my natural hair color. Ever since I was young, I've been physically weak and haven't been able to go to school much, and it's been a long time since I've gone to school, so I'm awfully nervous. However, I wish to be friends with you all. I like games and manga. Please take care of me, and I hope we get along. After finishing her speech in one breath, she bowed deeply. Perhaps because they could tell she was trying her hardest, they all got up and started clapping. From somewhere, a girl even shouted the word cute. When Yui took her seat, she let out a relieved breath. Glad you could make it. You did your best. I did my best. Really, it's a big improvement. Even I get nervous introducing myself at such a big event. But, the fact that Yui, who was bad at communicating until quite recently, managed to introduce herself. It's a strange feeling, like that of a parent bird watching over its nestlings, feeling both sad and proud. But I was much more courageous this morning. So, what? He asked back, but Yui turned the other way. What she meant by this morning, does she mean coming over to my house so that we could go to school together? Yui's face was bright red at that time as well. A little while ago, without batting an eyelid, Yui stuck to me. Was she really that conscious when she was inviting me out? As he thought about it, his heart began pounding again. His head ended up being occupied with nothing but Yui. Yuma. What? What's wrong? Self-introduction. It's Yuma's turn. When Yuma lifted his face up, his classmates and teachers' gaze were all focused on him. Sorry. I'm Suizaki Yuma. Please, take care of me. Though not entirely satisfactorily, he did have an idea to a certain extent of how to introduce himself, though it seems things played out pretty easily in the end. Once homeroom was over without incident, the textbooks were then handed out, after which the students were briefed about the precaution. It was then time for them to leave the school. As they exited the school building, the area from the entrance to the school gate was crowded with new students and parents who had come for the school entrance ceremony. So as to not lose sight of Yui as they searched for their respective families, he huddled close together with her. "What's Yui going to do after this?" "I'm meeting my father and mother outside the school gate." "What about Yuma?" "I also plan to meet up with my older sister after school." I see. Then, if you don't mind, I'd like you to meet my father and mother." "Eh? Yui's parents?" "Why yes. I've been told to introduce you next time." "I introduce?" "Well, Yui is a girl, and we played together almost every day during spring break." As a parent, you can't help but be concerned about a man who was taking your cute only daughter around. But, to be honest, meeting the parents of the girl I liked, it made me feel extremely nervous. Or rather, how would Yui's parents perceive me? Worst case, they may see me as someone who likes their daughter and wishes to make her his own. Thinking about this, I really didn't want to see them. However, I always got along well with Yui, and the other day, she even let me stay over at her house, so it might be better to say hello to them at least once. As he was thinking about that, he heard a familiar voice. There you are. Yui-kun. Yui-chan. It was Yuma's sister-in-law, Nen. He turned to look in the direction of the voice and saw Nen running toward them. Then, she hugged Yui. Good work. You too. It's been a long time since Yui came to school, right? How is everything? Is it okay? Or better say, you look so cute in your uniform. Let me take a picture later." Nen held Yui close to her chest and rubbed her head, saying, "Good girl, good girl." Nen is a beautiful woman, to say the least. The way she hugged and cuddled Yui with her ample bosom was quite picturesque. In fact, quite a few eyes were gathering around them, with the boys in uniforms all red up to their faces. Nen-san, long time no see. It's been a long time, hasn't it? Huh? Nen stared at Yui, narrowing her eyes. What is it? Yui-chan, haven't you become even cuter in the little time I've been away? Eh? Such a thing. I don't think so. Maybe it's because your expression has become softer. It's like the charm has increased by 30% or something. Anyway, it's kind of nice. Thank you. Yui's face fell down in embarrassment. Seeing her so bashful made her look so cute. However, the person in question wasn't aware of it. Nen looks at Yuma profoundly, grinning. "Yui-kun, please protect Yui-chan properly, okay?" "I know," he answered bluntly. At any rate, Nen knew that he liked Yui. With all the constant teasing, he already felt like he couldn't win. As she was doing so, an unfamiliar female voice rang out from the crowd. There you are, Yui." Mother, father." Yui waved her hand in the direction of the voice. Then, two people who appeared to be Yui's parents approached. "Young?" He almost spoke out of turn. Yui's father and mother both look very young, especially Yui's mother. She looks so young that she would have no problem saying that she's a college student, even though she should be in her 30s. Nen's eyes widened at the sight of this. "Yui, this is my mother and father." Yui introduced them. Hearing this, Nen came back to her senses and bowed her head with a serious expression. "Nice to meet you. I'm Nen Suizaki. My brother has been very indebted to Yui-san. I'm Yuma Suizaki. It's nice to meet you." He bowed his head just as Nen had done. "Well, thank you very much for your kindness." The other side returned the greeting and finished the brief self-introduction. Yui's parents. Yuma stiffened a little, but on the other hand, Yui's mother was looking at Yuma with sparkling eyes. Then, she approached Yuma and took Yuma's hand in both of hers. "So you're Yuma. You've always been helping Yui." Why yes. Thanks." Her hand felt very soft, and even though he knew it was his friend's mother, he was still feeling a little bit flustered. "Fufu, I'm so glad I got to meet you. Yui here has always been talking about you, so I always thought about meeting you at least once." Mum, stop. It's embarrassing." This kid, Fufafafu." Yui's mother apparently had a cheerful personality. Somehow or other, she seemed to have gotten along with Nen. He was relieved that she didn't seem to have a bad impression of him, at least. However, Yui's father, on the other hand, more or less had a smile on his face, but his eyes weren't. Nice to meet you. I'm Yui's father. AR. Nice to meet you. I've been indebted to Yui-san. He greeted him awkwardly. He wondered what it was, but he felt scared. Tee-hee. It feels somewhat strange, doesn't it, that Yui got herself a boyfriend? Yui's mother said this happily. Following that, a vein then appeared on the father's forehead as both Yui and Yuma turned bright red, squirming around. Wait, no. Because it's different? It's different? We're not like that. We're just friends. The two of them desperately tried to defend themselves, but the mother kept smiling and said, Ara Ara. At the same time, the father was looking at Yuma with sharp eyes as if he was evaluating him. However, her father's sharp gaze suddenly loosened, and then he narrowed his eyes, looking somewhat lonely. I have work after this. I have to go soon. He muttered a few words, and then gently placed his hand on Yuma's shoulder. Yuma-kun, I entrust my daughter to you. See, come again? Saying so, the father trudged off to the parking lot. Mum, what's wrong with Dad? I guess he's just lonely that his cute and beloved daughter has finally been taken away by another boy. He doesn't show it in front of Yui, but lately, he's been sulking a lot, you know? Well, I guess you are at that age already. I told you already. I'm just a friend of Yuma's. Yui desperately raised her voice, but her mother looked slightly disappointed. I know you're embarrassed, but I'd like it if you could introduce yourself properly as his girlfriend, okay? I mean, your mother would feel more at peace if you did that. Like I said, we're not lovers. It's okay. I won't get mad at you. I haven't told your father about this yet, but the other day, when I went to Yui's room, you know what I incidentally found in the bed sheets? I found a strand of black hair, which was about the same length as Yuma-kun's. What? On the day when we were away at work, I just thought that for a single person like Yui, a lot of food sure has decreased. But now it all makes sense. That is the kind of relationship you two have, right? NNGHH? Both of them raised their voices at the same time. You're wrong. You're mistaken. Yeah, you're truly mistaken. We've never had that kind of relationship. Don't worry. I'm happy that Yui got a boyfriend, and I'm not against it. However, I do still think it's a little bit too early for you to be sleeping over. Although that's why we're really not like that. I mean, sure, I stayed over, but it was just a whole thing between friends. Yui-kun, you stayed the night? Nen shouted. Yuma covered his face. He hadn't told Nen that he had stayed at Yui's house. Nen was inching closer and closer to him. Did you have a sleepover? Like I said, that's. Did you? Well, that's. Yeah. But, even though I said I stayed, it was just a thing between friends. Really, nothing strange happened at all. No, even if it's staying over at a girl's house. From what I've heard, Yui's parents weren't there either, right? That's as you said. For that reason, it was Yui who raised her voice. She was trying her best to raise her voice as she felt that Nen was getting angry at Yuma. I asked Yuma to stay with me, so it's not Yuma's fault! Stop it, Yui-chan. You don't know who might be listening, so let's keep our voices down a little more. Yui looked around her in surprise. The glances around them, which were directed at her, were then quickly averted. Immediately, Yui's face turned red, and she fell silent. Nen looked at Yui's mother with a wry smile. I don't want to stand around talking, so why don't we go to a nearby family restaurant and have dinner? I'm sorry, my child, eating out is a little. Isn't it okay? Yui tugs on her mother's sleeve as she tries to refuse and calls out to her. Wow, you're fine now. When the mother was told this, she widened her eyes in surprise and then squinted happily. Well then, shall we go? Is that okay with you, Yui-kun? Yes. Because of this, a joint family meeting was held at a nearby family restaurant. Chapter 2 Anticipation and Excitement. At a family restaurant near the school, they split into two groups. On one side of the table laid Yuma and Yui, while on the other laid Nen and Yui's mother. Clearing her throat, Yui's mother quickly sat down and got down to business. So, what's actually going on? I won't get mad at you, so just tell me honestly, okay? Like I've said many times before, I just stayed over. But, it was just a whole thing between friends, I swear. I didn't do anything weird. Why yes. As he said, he's telling you the truth. So. Mom, no need to worry about me. Then why was Yuma's hair on Yui's bed sheet? That's because we slept together. You slept in the same bed? Yes. When a girl who's in high school sleeps together with a boy her age, how would you think her mother would react? I'm sorry. No. It's my fault for not saying no properly. Besides, that we didn't kiss or do anything like that. Hey, Yui, we didn't do anything like that. Isn't that right? Why yes. Kiss, we didn't kiss. Huh? Did something happen? Poof. Yui's face became so red that it seemed to be emitting steam. Yuma had no way of knowing, but precisely at that time, Yui recalled her dream in which they kissed in bed. I need to go the bathroom. Hey, why Yui? And Yui, unable to bear it any longer, ran away at full speed. To react like that, it's like you're saying something happened. The two people focused their gazes on Yuma. It was like being surrounded by a bed of thorns. With each sip of water, Yuma shrank away more and more. Nen, watching Yuma shrink away like that, let out a sigh and opened her mouth. For the time being, Yu-kun likes Yui-chan. Am I right? Ani-chan? He looked up abruptly to see what else she would say, but Nen's expression was that of seriousness itself. At the very least, there was no sign of teasing. Regardless of what happened between Yu-kun and Yui-chan, I think it's better to admit it now that you've come this far. What Yui's mother really wants to know is not whether the two of you are dating but whether or not she can entrust Yui-chan to Yu-kun. That's right. Yui's mother also nodded in approval. Yuma-kun, we don't mean to condemn you for this. It's just, I think this is very important for the child's future. Yui's mother said with a serious glance. That's certainly an important thing. Yui was physically weak and bullied, and hardly went to school until junior high. For Yui, the one who was currently closest to her now was Yuma. Ever since she met Yuma, there's been a big improvement in her inferiority complex and her communication skills. Even though she was nervous, she could still go to school and eat dinner out with a smile. On the contrary, if Yuma did something to hurt Yui, things might return to the way they were before. She might not be able to go back to school again. She might shut herself indoors. It was not an exaggeration to say that Yuma's actions might affect Yui's life in the future. Thus, it was only natural that her mother would be concerned about such a thing. At the thought of this, he decided not to be dishonest about his feelings. Well, I like her. Yes. As in the opposite sex? Yuma was at a loss for words. Honestly, he was too embarrassed to admit it, but he still awkwardly nodded his head nonetheless. Why yes. I like her. As a member of the opposite sex. Sorry, you don't have to apologize. Like I said previously, I'm not personally against it or anything. So, Yuma-kun, you stayed over at my house, right? Yes. Did you cross the line? I really didn't. Yuma said that frantically, making Yui's mother chuckle a little. I understand. Sorry for even asking you this. That girl is not a child anymore either. No, after all, it's only natural for you to be worried. Yui's mother was not listening out of curiosity. Her beloved daughter was accommodating someone of the opposite sex at their house. Naturally, there were many bad things for her to be worried about. Even without that, Yui has that personality. On top of that, she was wary of the opposite sex. So it was natural for her to be worried. Towards Yui, I like her. But, for this reason, I want to take good care of her. I know it's not very convincing coming from a kid like me, but I would never do anything that would make Yui unhappy. That's why, is this that please give me your daughter thing? No. It's not like that. It's just, well, he didn't know what to say anymore. No. He had a lot of things he wanted to say, but he didn't know how to put them into words. The thought of Yui's image surfaced in his head, what he wanted to do to Yui, and what he wanted to do for her. He calmed down and searched for the words he wanted to say. I'll take good care of her. Please entrust her to me. I'll definitely make her happy. Such were the words that came out of his mouth. After saying such a thing, his face began to heat up, thinking, isn't this exactly the kind of thing where you say please give me your daughter? However, Yui's mother showed a kind expression on her face. Yes. Then, Please take care of my daughter. Why yes. Surprised, Yuma blinked his eyes at how easy it was answered. Yui's mother giggled. The matter in question. We've already come to a conclusion when I talked to my husband about it. If Yui wants to stay together with you, then we won't interfere. Yui's mother closed her eyes partly. That child, ever since she met Yuma-kun, she's been smiling and laughing a lot more. Back then, it was unthinkable for us to eat out as a family like this. I'm sure we couldn't have given that child such happiness. I think it's slightly different from saying I gave it to her, Yuma muttered. She was the one who said she wanted to meet me. She was the one who said she wanted to change. It was all her. I just helped her with that. Yui was shy and easily frightened, but even so, she surprisingly powered through and kept working hard to overcome her shortcomings. He hung out together with Yui a lot, and before he knew it, he came to like her. He wanted to see her happy. Yui's mother smiled happily at Yuma's words, then straightened her posture and bowed. Thank you. From now on, please take care of Yui. It's I who should say so. I look forward to working with you. Flustered, Yuma bowed his head. He seems to be approved for the time being. In this short time, he felt like he's done a lot of amazing things. His cheeks felt hot to the touch. For a moment, he thought Yui wouldn't come back to see him looking like this. But then, Yui returned. I am back. Yui sat down next to him again, but he couldn't calm down. After all, a little while ago, he had just said to Yui's mother, please give me your daughter. He took a look at Yui's current state of affairs. Ever since she learned to dress fashionably at Nen's store more and more, it felt like she's been increasing in cuteness, especially lately. Unlike before, she wanted to be seen as cute, or rather, he can't put it into words, but somehow he knows she feels that way, and in fact, Yuma can't help but think that Yui is indeed cute. Yuma, is something wrong? Not at all. Sorry, I think I may need to go to the toilet for a minute. In the end, unable to bear it any longer, Yuma fled to the bathroom section. Yuma was acting strange. Did he get a stomachache? Yui was thinking about that while sipping the juice that had been brought to her earlier. That's right. Mom and Nen have been smiling at me since a while ago. What's going on? Hey, Yui, you don't have to answer this, but may I ask you one question? Why yes. What is it, Mom? From Yui's point of view, is it possible to become Yuma-kun's wife in the future? She nearly spits out the juice she was drinking. Section. In one way or another, Yuma managed to calm himself down in the restroom. His heart was still pounding, but more or less, he was okay. I still feel like something amazing happened. Yui's mother seemed to have accepted him with open arms, but that in itself wasn't entirely a positive fact, and also far too quick considering how things stood. The moment he thought of all of this as too quick showed plenty that he was already a lost cause, making him flash a defeated smile. Somehow managing to put on a poker face, he returned to his seat. I'm back! Exclamation mark. At the sound of Yuma's voice, Yui's shoulders quivered and jolted up. Then, she immediately turned her head to the opposite side. What's wrong? Nothing's wrong. Nothing's wrong. Nothing's wrong at all. Fu. Yuma-kun, you don't have to worry about it. For some reason, Nen and her mother were smiling. Nen-san, I'll pay for everything. No, that'll be too inconsiderate of me. No. Please let me pay. After all, it's decided that Yuma-kun will be taking care of my daughter for many years to come. If it's like that, then I'll take your words for it. This black coffee is super sweet. What in the world? Yui, did something happen while I was gone? It's nothing. So, in any case, afterwards, they all had lunch and deepened their friendship. All things considered, you're pretty beautiful for a mother. Do you have any secrets? They say love makes a woman beautiful, so I guess that's why. My husband and I have known each other since childhood, and we've always had feelings for each other. I see. I'm not sure if I'll ever find someone good enough. Nen-san is beautiful. I'm pretty sure you can find someone easily if you want to, right? You might say that I'm setting my expectations a little too high, so I'm having difficulty finding the right match. By the way, what's your right match? Maybe I might be able to introduce someone to you. Let me think. Someone who's below 20 years old, charming, and on top of that, has a firm core, understands my hobbies, and if possible, can enjoy the same hobbies together with me. I see. As opposed to the two who were excitedly chatting away, Yuma and Yui silently ate their food. To be more precise, Yuma chatted with her several times, but Yui kept acting strangely, so he could hardly hold a conversation with her. Be that as it may, Yuma was already used to Yui not being able to speak well when she was nervous. Although it was slightly bad manners to do so while eating, he swiftly took out his smartphone and started chatting. Your mother looks really young. Just how old is she? As he sent the message, Yui's smartphone made a beacon sound. Yui turned to look at him for a moment before replying. Yuma, it's bad manners to ask about a woman's age. Ah, I'm sorry. That was a little insensitive of me. Well, my mother doesn't really care about that sort of thing. For now, she's in her early 30s. Why young? Why, she's really young. Yes. My mother married my father as soon as she turned 16. Really? That's amazing. Both Yuma and Yui will turn 16 in a little while, but it was hard to imagine them getting married at such an age. They promised to marry each other ever since they were kids and went to register their marriage on their birthday. That's seriously amazing. You don't see that often, even in the manga. Yes. But it's kind of nice, isn't it? Does Yui also yearn for such a thing? But boys can only get married at the age of 18, so there's still 2 more years left. In the middle of him reading that message, Yui deleted it. He turned to look at Yui sitting next to him, and she turned the opposite way again. What's wrong? It's nothing. And more importantly, isn't it time for us to ask for dessert? Oh. He was somewhat bothered by that, but for now, he told Nen and the others that he was going to order dessert, and then he looked over the menu. As a major chain restaurant, they had a wide variety of desserts on the menu. It was hard for him to come to a decision, and that's when he noticed Yui staring at the same part of the menu as him. Is there something you want? You know, this looks delicious, so I want to try it, but it looks so big, I don't know if I can eat it all alone. Saying so, Yui pointed to the giant special parfait as shown on the menu. Then, do you want to eat it together? The two of us should be able to handle it. Ah, really? Thank you. Yui's expression broke into a happy smile. Once again, he felt the urge to pat her head, but since he was in front of Nen and her mother, he had to hold himself back, and after a short time, the parfait they had ordered arrived. Wow, it's much bigger than I thought it would be. It's fine. Probably. Quick. Let's eat. Yui looked like she couldn't wait for the parfait any longer. Where's the plate? Yuma tried to divide the parfait onto several plates. However, Yui directly scooped up the ice cream part of the parfait, snapping it up. Her hand resting on her cheek, Yui savored the delicious cream she had just eaten. Tee-hee. This is my first time eating a parfait. Is that so? I hardly ever eat out, so this is my first parfait, she said happily and took another bite or two. Yuma, aren't you going to eat? It's delicious, you know. That's hey, if I eat more than this, then sooner or later, it's going to become an indirect kiss, you know. Such were his thoughts, but he didn't want to disturb Yui, who was enjoying her first parfait. Besides, to say something like that when Yui didn't seem to mind at all, it made him somewhat embarrassed since he seemed like he was the only one who was aware of it. In the end, Yuma pretended not to notice anything and ate from the opposite side. The cream was delicious. However, this was not the time for that. Yui appeared happy, while Yuma was cautiously eating the parfait, and then Yui let out a small voice, her hand coming to a stop. The amount of parfait had decreased considerably, and there was hardly any part of the parfaits left where their spoons were not touching one another. That was when she finally realized her mistake. Her face reddened as she let her spoon wander about aimlessly in the air. However, Yui, as if resolved herself, scooped up the part of the cream that Yuma had eaten and popped it right into her mouth. She turned away with their face a bright red, her mouth mumbling. Yuma then slowly takes up the remainder of the cream that Yui had just scooped up and pops it right into his mouth. Sweet, so sweet. But he couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Unable to look one another in the eye, they turned the other way. Their faces a deep red as they continued to extend their spoons deeper and deeper into the parfait. Then, their spoons collided in midair. In a flash, they pulled away their spoons from one another. Their cheeks, which were already hot, became even hotter. Sorry. No. I'm the one who's sorry. The rest. Do you want it? No. Squirming about, Yui pulled the parfait glass towards herself. Even looking at her in such a state made him embarrassed. So he turned away, and what he saw was Nen and Yui's mother, looking at them with a very warm and fluffy look on their faces. Good, isn't it? I understand. By now, Yuma was already fuming with embarrassment, so he pretended to fiddle around with his smartphone in order to get out of any sticky situations until Yui had finished eating. Well then, it's about time for us to call it a day. What will you do on your way back, Kamishiro-san? I want to go shopping after this. Then, after finishing that, I'll probably take an electric train back home. Then if it's okay with you, wanna go shopping together? I leave and give you a ride in my car. How about it? Is that so? Then, I'll take your word for it. Then he had a feeling that Nen and her mother made some kind of eye contact. Sorry, that's why. Yuma-kun, Yui-chan, please go home together. Yuma-kun, please take care of my daughter. The two of them then quickly left together, showing an excellent combination in spite of the short time they had known each other. On their way back, they were so embarrassed that they hardly spoke on the train. Only when they got off the train and walked from the railway station to their homes did they begin to have a proper conversation. Sorry about that. No, I'm sorry about a lot of things. Especially the time, where my parents thought you and I had a relationship. No. It's okay. With her face turned down and fidgeting, Yui took slight glances at Yuma. If it's Yuma, then, I'm not. He felt his heart pounding once again. These kinds of surprise attacks aren't fair, he muttered to himself. And, I'm also sorry about that time where my mother misunderstood various things about us. Me too. I also don't mind. Tsu. A bright red flush spread over Yui's face as she looked down once again. However, after a short while, she slowly and quietly reached out her hand and pinched Yuma's sleeve. Though it was only a small act, it was still enough to make his heart ache. Making up his mind, he opened his mouth, squeezing his voice out of his parched throat. Hey, Yui, what's the matter? I promise. Holding hands. Yui's shoulder jumped. She doesn't reply. No, if you don't like it, then never mind that, okay? No, I don't mind. I don't mind. Hey, hands. Let's connect them. To hear her say that, he was overcome with happiness. He gently took her hand as if to confirm it, then held it gently as if it was something fragile, as if checking each other's touch. They gently grasped each other, although embarrassed. He was also glad that their hands were linked. He felt happy. His heart was beating furiously. He tried taking deep breaths to calm himself down, but the beating never stopped. Then, they walked in silence, listening to the pounding of their own hearts. Their steps felt light as if they were in another reality. In the end, they arrived at Yui's house without saying a word. They separated our hands from one another. The warmth that they had felt just a moment ago also disappeared along with it, and left. There was a slight feeling of loneliness. Then, I'll see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Yui narrows her eyes somewhat reluctantly. Yui, what's the matter? She tilted her neck and looked up at him. Such an appearance made her look even more out of this world. To put it bluntly, Yuma knew little of love. However, he knew Yui loved him dearly. If he could just tell her that he liked her and become her lover, then he could hug her right now, which would make him very happy. He held the words on the tip of his tongue. However, Yuma gulped down those words. No, it's nothing. Bye then. Bye. Waving to each other, they part ways. Yui probably wouldn't refuse if he asked her to go out with him, since she even said to him before that she'll go out with him as thanks for everything he's done. But he still didn't know which relationship Yui really wanted. Is it one where they become lovers, or is it one where they remain best friends from here on out? Even without that altogether, she had just entered high school. As far as he was concerned, Yui must have been particularly anxious since it was the first in a long time she had ever returned to school. Supposing he wanted to confess to Yui, he would want the situation to calm down even more. Then he could confirm her feelings to a certain extent. Deciding this once again, Yuma went home. Section. As soon as Yui entered the house and closed the front door, she let out a gasp. Crouching down on the floor, her face was still hot as she flapped both her arms around. Her heart was pounding continuously. It was a painfully lovely and happy time. Combined with the fact that she hadn't been to school in a while, she was already exhausted. She wobbled upstairs and retreated to her room. She flopped onto her bed in her uniform and hugged her favorite stuffed sheep. The fluffy texture felt good. Didn't I sleep here before with Yuma when we had a sleepover? Suddenly, she remembered that time sleeping together with him, hugging him when she got scared of the thunder. That sort of dream where he kissed her in such a state, making her realize her own feelings for him. Just remembering it made her face burn up again. She buried her face in the stuffed animal to cover up her embarrassment. She tried to cover up her embarrassment, and yet, whenever she recalled those memories, her heart couldn't stop beating. I wonder what Yuma thinks of me. Yuma was always kind to her, taking care of her with great caution. Perhaps that was because he thought of her as a best friend or as a little sister, but she thought that it would be nice if he had even a little ulterior motive towards her. If Yuma and I had the same feelings, both of us are in mutual love, I wonder how happy that would make me. However, at the same time, she was also scared. If she were too happy, she would be scared of what would happen if she lost it. If she set her expectations too high, she would be scared of what would happen if her expectations were betrayed. She loves him. She wanted to be with him. However, for now, that happiness was enough. If she wanted any more than this, then she would be punished. She was fine with their current relationship. Such feelings. She put a break in her heart. Yui shook her head to shake off the haze in her mind. At any rate, more importantly, there was school tomorrow. Yui told herself that and started to prepare for tomorrow. Chapter 3: Yui's New Friend. The next morning, Yui was dressed in her uniform, carefully readying herself in front of the mirror. Previously, she avoided looking in the mirror. However, recently, she's been spending a growing amount of time in front of it. Fiddling with her bangs occasionally, she twisted her body to make sure her uniform wasn't disheveled. Are boys happier with shorter skirts? Thinking about such a thing, she shortened her skirt as a test, and was embarrassed right away, reverting back to her previous look. Fidget, fidget. Yuma was going to pick her up again this morning, ringing the intercom as soon as he arrives and waiting for her outside. However, this made her uncomfortable. Yui sat on her bed with a pout, placing her toy sheep on her lap and hugging it tightly. Not yet. Her heart was pounding. Even though she sees Yuma every day, she still can't wait to see him. She wanted to talk with him. Like that, such thoughts went through her head. However, I wonder what Yuma would think if he knew I liked him. She and Yuma were very close. That was something she believed. However, she wondered, what was Yuma's opinion of her? She's liked as a best friend. That was something she didn't have to doubt twice. But as a girl, what does he think of her? Was she just no more than a little sister to him? Or does he not see her as a girl, even a little? What if he notices my feelings and seems to hate them? Then what should I do? Although she's improved tremendously than before, Yui is still fundamentally negative. This was even more so when it came to her first love. Once before, she had said something along the lines of, "If Yuma likes me, then let's go out." But that time was fundamentally different. At that time, it was fine so long as Yuma was happy. But now, Yui wanted Yuma. She desired him so much to the point it was unbearable. She didn't want to give him to anyone else. She wanted to monopolize Yuma for herself. In the first place, what do I want to become when I'm with Yuma? That area was vague even to Yui herself. Kissing and the like. There was also a little desire to do something like that of lovers. However, she believes it's totally fine to keep the relationship as it is for now. Going to school, playing games, and occasionally going somewhere together. At present, she feels very happy in her relationship as best friends. Precisely because she was happy now, she wanted to protect this relationship no matter what. That's right, the more she came to like him, the more afraid she was of telling him how she felt. If we could stay in this relationship forever, isn't it okay for us not to become lovers? After all, if I confess my feelings and our current relationship is destroyed, then what should I? Ding dong. The sound of the intercom ringing brought her back to reality. Getting up from her bed with great force, she checked her appearance one last time. Then, she grabbed her bag and ran downstairs. Ara. As Yui ran down the stairs, her mother, who had come to send her off at the front door, looked at her with a growing smile. "See you later, Mum." "Yes, do your best." Without knowing why, she sensed that her "do your best" was shrouded in several meanings. She felt her cheeks heat up once again. Opening the door, she saw Yuma standing at the gate. "Good morning." "Good morning." She wanted to see him so much, and yet, when she faced him, she became somewhat embarrassed, her voice softening. "Have a good day, Yuma-kun. Please take care of Yui." Smiling, Yui's mother said that. In response, Yuma replied with a yes while blushing with embarrassment. In order to deepen class relations, we'll branch the class into several groups for recreational activities. That being the case, we'll decide the groups by lottery, so please come and take them in turns. After morning homeroom, the homeroom teacher placed a cardboard box on her lectern. It should have been the commemoratory first official class as a high school student, and yet the occasion was instead used for surveying the exchanges and mingling of the students with their classmates. Also, today was a half-day class. Following recreational activities, we would be shown around the school and brought to sports tryouts, and then, when that was over, we would have our lunches and leave the school, which was a little bit of an odd schedule if you ask me. Perhaps, the school's aim from the beginning was to provide the students with a chance to get along on friendly terms. However, Yui had a stiff expression. By working together with Yuma, Yui had come to a point where she could go out to places with many people. But, she had never done anything apart from Yuma, moreover with other strangers no less. This caused Yuma to frown with worry. "Are you alright? If you'd like, I can tell the teacher about your situation and have her do something about it somehow." "It's okay, you don't have to trouble yourself that much." I can manage." Though she said such a thing, Yui was brimming with anxiety. When drawing lots, she even prayed to God, "Please put Yuma in the same group as me." However, God didn't answer her prayers this time. Then, "Please change your seats." At the teacher's command, the class began getting up from their seats and moving to their respective locations. By the way, Yui was in Group A, while Yuma was in Group F. They were situated just opposite one another. And, at that moment, Yuma let out a low voice. "Asuka, can I talk to you for a minute?" Saying so in a friendly manner, Yuma called out to a girl Yui didn't know. He's calling her by her given name? She reacted subconsciously. The person called Asuka was a lively-looking girl with short hair and healthy tan skin. Getting called out by Yuma, she ran over to him with a smile on her face. Suizaki-kun, I've been looking forward to seeing you in high school." "And, Kamishiro-san, was it?" "What's the matter?" Blinking her eyes in surprise not only at how familiar she was acting but also at hearing the Kansai dialect in person for the first time, Yui unintentionally compared the two's faces to one another. "I have a small favor to ask of you." "Well, no, I mean Kamishiro-san." Ain't she the one with that self-introduction? If I remember correctly, she said she hasn't been to school in a long time, right? Then I guess I needn't say any more. You and Kamishiro-san are in the same group, right? Since she hasn't been to school in a long time, she's probably still anxious about many things. That's why, if you don't mind, could you take care of her for me? Yeah, got it. She immediately agreed. Yui was still lost in thought, unable to understand the flow, while Yuma smiled wryly. Sorry. This is Asuka. We came from the same middle school. Nice to meet ya. Kamishiro-san. Pleased to meet you. Ain't that stiff? We're in the same class, so you can afford to be more casual, okay? Now, Let's go on to our group. Else the teacher will get mad if we wander around too much. Despite this being their first meeting, she spoke to her in a friendly manner and even offered her a bright smile. Unable to keep up with the situation, Yui's eyes darted about, bewildered. 6 desks were stuck together, forming a big table. Then, the surrounding 6 members sat down. Because it was a lottery, there was a deviation in the number of males to females. All members of Group A were girls, and then, when Yui sat down in her seat, everyone except Asuka became a little restless. Hello. Nice to meet you. From Yui's perspective, she had predicted a reaction of this extent. The air was somewhat awkward, as if they were gauging the sense of the distance they should use when interacting with one another. At times like this, she knew that the correct answer was to step up on her own. However, she couldn't take that first step forward because she was afraid of failure. And yet, Asuka opened her mouth without reading the situation at all. For him to ask me something like that, you must be on really good terms with Suizaki-kun. Right, Kamishiro-san? Just what kind of relationship do you have with him? Suddenly, such a question was thrown. Suizaki-kun. Yes, that boy sitting over there. We were friends from the same middle school. To think that we would end up in the same high school in the same class. I really wanted to talk to him. But when I saw him talking to a girl, I didn't know. It made me really curious. Hey, just how did you get to know each other? What's your relationship with Suizaki-kun? We got to know each other through online games. Now that you mention it, I do remember something about you liking games in your self-introduction. Oh. Is it that game which appeared on the news? The one where a non-celebrity male and an idol got to know each other and ended up getting married? Kamishiro-san, is that it? No, it's a different game. It's called Grand Gate. I haven't heard of that one. I know that game. My younger brother's pretty into it. To think Kamishiro-san's into that kind of game. That's sort of surprising. Really? Yeah, totally. You seem more like the Animal Frosting type. I totally get that. The other girls began joining in on the conversation, riding off on Asuka's remark. Such is the way conversations work. Once you get the chance, you can speak surprisingly well, even if you're meeting for the first time. Why, I really am lucky. When I came to this school, there were no girls I knew from middle school, so I was pretty lonely. But I already made a friend right away. A friend? Aren't we already friends, Kamishiro-san? Or perhaps, do you not like it? No. It's not that I don't like it. But, to be recognized as a friend this early. Making friends? Is it really this easy? Recalling the time when she frantically said to Yuma, please be my friend, a complicated look appeared on her face. Maybe. Are you having difficulty understanding my Kansai dialect? If that's the case, is it better for me to speak in standard Japanese? That's alright. Well, even if I did speak in the Kansai dialect, I'm not from Osaka, so it's not your regular Osaka dialect. I moved over here when I was in my 6th year of elementary school. At first, I thought of speaking in standard Japanese. But then I went something like, don't I sound weird speaking standard Japanese? Although I'd use the Kansai dialect, it's slightly inconvenient when I'm chatting with my friends. So I switched to standard Japanese when I was chatting with my friends, but then, my friend on the other side went, who the heck are you? So annoying. But recently I got this conversion software, right? And now it's become possible to convert the Kansai dialect. But then, this time, when I was emailing my friend in standard Japanese, she went, who? Just shut up. A muddy stream of words flew out, causing Yui to become flustered. Nen was talkative, but she was also a good talker while at the same time a good listener. It was easy to talk to her since you could get your words out smoothly. Asuka, on the other hand, though, was someone who loved to talk, going on and on till no end. Since there was hardly any time for Yui to interject, all she could do was let out vague laughs here and there while also nodding her head occasionally. However, strangely enough, she didn't feel bothered about it. The other party was having fun talking to Asuka. At the same time, she was also entertaining them. Moreover, since the other party was getting entertained on their own, for someone like Yui, who was poor at speaking. All she had to do was return a nod to show that she was paying attention, making this conversation surprisingly comforting for her. And above all, Asuka hadn't mentioned Yui's white hair even once. Treating someone with great caution because of their appearance. She hadn't even done that once. She really didn't care at all. In that respect, Yui felt good about Asuka. However, he called Asuka by her given name. Sure enough, that memory of Yuma calling her out by her given name still lingered in her head. Yuma was at least far more communicative than Yui, but still not to the extent where he could call girls out by their given name. In other words, Asuka was closer to Yuma in her own way. Before, she never would have cared about such a thing, but now it was a matter of life or death for Yui, who had fallen in love with Yuma. She was a good-natured person, bright, easy to get along with, and had a charming personality. She was the type of person liked by both men and women alike. For this reason, it bothered her. Just what kind of relationship does Yuma have with her? What's the matter, Kamishiro-san? You've been staring at my face for a while now. No, if it were the Yui from before, she would have just fallen silent at this point and said nothing. But now, the feeling of not wanting someone to take Yuma away from her outweighed her. Asuka-san. Are you close with Yuma? Emitting a voice louder than she thought she would. The other girls stared in amazement. She could feel her cheeks burning with embarrassment. Blinking her eyes in surprise, Asuka thought for a moment before answering. Well, we're just normal friends. We were in the same class before, so I just thought of wanting to get along with him even more from now on. But Yuma called you by your given name. Asuka, Once again, Asuka blinked her eyes in surprise, and then, after a while, she understood and gushed out laughing. That's not true. People always make this mistake. But Asuka is my family name. My full name is Asuka Megumi. Oh. Yui froze up. I mean, during my self-introduction, didn't you hear me say my full name? She didn't realize. Baffled at the fact of just thinking about how Yuma called Asuka by her given name, Asuka's self-introduction totally slipped her mind. Sorry. I am sorry. Kamishiro-san, do you like Yuma? Exclamation mark. And naturally, since she asked that, she would be suspected of such a thing. At the moment, she tried to deny it by emitting a voice. But, in that instant, her face turned a bright red. Poof. Embarrassed, she felt like running away at once. However, after thinking for a moment, Asuka suddenly smiled at Yui. I'm dating Nigo-kun, that one sitting in the chair over there. Huh? What? Does it have something with how he looks so serious while wearing spectacles? Why yes, something like that was unexpected. I didn't think Asuka liked that sort of type. The other girls suddenly approached in a secret talk kind of way. In the manga, people often say girls like talking about love stories. Seeing this happening in reality before her, Yui's eyes opened wide. Well, at the very beginning, I thought of him as someone boring. Someone who's not my cup of tea. But during middle school, we were paired together in the class executive committee for the school festival. He was reliable, briskly giving everyone instructions and pulling them along. And you know what else? I asked him to help me study, and he was very polite when teaching me, and that's when I realized I liked him. And, from that point on, I tried my best to appeal to him. But Nigo-kun was like, I'm not at all interested in girls. So I took the plunge and confessed to him, if I pass the exam for Seiko High, please go out with me. I really was an idiot back in my second year of middle school, but I really wanted to go to the same high school Nigo-kun was going, so I did my best. And then, when we both passed the exam, he said, to tell you the truth, I used to hate noisy people, but I've come to think that being noisy isn't so bad when I'm with you. That's why I want you to be there beside me. Kaya. Asuka, perhaps remembering that time, patted the girl next to her on the shoulder in embarrassment. And then, covering her flushed cheeks with both her hands, she asked Yui this time. Kamishiro-san, what do you like about Suizaki-kun? That he's kind or something? Just as I thought, you really do like Suizaki-kun. Easily caught in the leading question, Yui was giggled at by the surrounding girls. However, Their giggles didn't feel like that of ridiculing someone but of looking at something pleasant. It's okay. No need to be embarrassed. Didn't I tell you earlier that no one will make fun of you? So then, what else do you like about him other than his kindness? Asuka and the other girls were looking at Yui with a twinkle in their eyes. For her, this was a first-time experience. Talking about such things made her embarrassed. It made her embarrassed, and yet she thought it'd be okay to talk about it a little. He cares for me a lot, and our hobbies match. And then, my heart always beats when I'm together with him, and I feel happy. Then it's impossible. I can't do it anymore. I am too embarrassed. Wow, my heart's pounding already. With those words, Asuka suddenly threw her arms around Yui. It felt different from Yuma's. It was soft, making her heart flutter even though they were the same sex. Asuka, on the other hand, though, was cuddling Yui like a pet. What the heck, Yui-chan so cute. Indeed. I'm so glad we became friends. Name. What? Sorry. Calling you Yui-chan was way easier than calling you Kamishiro-san. Did you not like it? No. I'm more than happy to be called by my first name than my given name. Really? Then how about I call you Yui-chan from now? And then, you can call me Meggy-chan? No. I don't mind, but it's somewhat embarrassing. Don't you call Suizaki-kun by Yuma though? Then it shouldn't be a problem, right? And you'll probably get used to it soon enough. Plus, I also want Yui-chan to call me Meggy-chan. Then, Meggy-chan. Though, Yui-chan, I have to say your hair's super silky. Asuka hugged Yui while happily stroking her hair. For once, Yui's communication disorder worked to her advantage. The way she shyly talked about the person she liked with her cheeks dyed red and how Asuka doted on her as if she were a pet animal all made the others want to protect her. The girls looked at each other with slackened expressions. Hey, Kamishiro-san. Can I touch your hair too? Why yes. The other girls called out to her, and Yui nodded nervously. Then, let's touch it. Wow. It's super duper silky. It's like a commercial for shampoo. I wanna touch it too. Oh, it really is. What kind of special care do you use for your hair? I have a friend who's a beautician. She taught me how. Seriously? If you don't mind, could you teach me? Same. Let me take out my smartphone for notes. Section. Is something happening? She looks like she's being doted on. Yuma was secretly watching Yui from his own group. Asuka and the other girls were hugging Yui while stroking her hair and head. As usual, she looked nervous, but for now, since they weren't bullying her in any way, there was no need to worry. Though, it did seem like she was being treated as a pet. Something worrying you, Suizaki-kun? Calling out to Yuma was a tall boy in glasses. Teruaki Nigo. He was a friend of Yuma's since middle school, and the boyfriend of Asuka, who was currently involved with Yui. Say, that girl with the white hair. Kamishiro-san, I saw you were extremely close, having spent the entire day with her yesterday. Remember that time in middle school when I told you about the person I was always playing with in Grand Gate, Schwarz? That's her. Oh, what a coincidence. Yeah, I was surprised when I found out we were going to the same high school, and then, we played together during spring break and became friends. But she said she has a frail body, and it's been a while since she's been to school, so I'm a little worried. I see. Are you guys in what we call a relationship? My composure nearly broke. As far back as middle school, Nigo has always asked me directly like this. No. She and I aren't like that. How about you and Asuka? As usual you say, if I'm not mistaken. Didn't you guys start dating after the announcement of the exam results? It's been a little while now. As usual. Nigo replied indifferently to Yuma, who was trying his best to hide his inner turmoil. Well, I guess it really is as usual. It was hard to imagine Nigo, who was both an honest student and a quiet person, flirting with Asuka. Nigo was basically the straight-laced and unsociable type. In fact, Yuma used to think so too. And yet, they became good friends. By the way, Nigo, recently, how's Grand Gate been going for you? I've been seeing you in there quite often. I've just been doing my dailies since there aren't any particular events right now. Although, I am personally looking forward to the next event. So when that happens, I'll increase my playtime to some degree. If I remember correctly, there was an announcement that Grand Gate was going to collaborate with Black Box, a TV animation series, right? Is it good? Yeah. I've seen both the original work and the animated series. Personally, it's one of the best recent anime I've seen. Really? I've seen a little of the original work. But what's the anime like? What's it like? To digress so suddenly, well, before anything else, you have to know that the original work and Black Box anime are quite different in composition. As for the animated version of Black Box, I felt like the supervisor did a great job of handling it, even though normally it should have been very hard to understand when reading certain parts of the novel. It's extremely easy to watch, and with the quirks of it being animated, I would highly recommend it. He didn't look particularly interested, if anything he sounded detached, and yet, words were shooting out of his mouth like no tomorrow. Nigo was a Grand Gate player, though not to the degree of Yuma and his friends. Moreover, he also watches anime. On top of that, his valuations and insights are clear, making him unexpectedly fun to talk to. And if you ask him to teach you something, he'll basically never refuse. No matter how poor your grades are, he'll teach you patiently and politely. He was a surprisingly amusing guy who can't express his emotions very well. That was the impression Yuma had of Nigo ever since they started hanging out. He knew it was slightly selfish, but he wanted Nigo to be Yui's friend. If it were Nigo, he wouldn't say anything about Yui's hair or her communication disorder, and they could talk about Grand Gate or anime. Nonetheless, it was improper to just straight out ask him, can you be Yui's friend? So he threw a slight curveball. Slightly off topic, but I made a group chat dedicated to talking about anime and games. Wanna join in? At the moment, the only participants are me and Yui. I mean, Kamishiro-san. Seeing as how Yui was able to communicate normally in chat, he wanted to invite him inside. Nigo thought for a little before going. I like the idea of a place where we can talk about that kind of thing, but how far can we take it with Kamishiro-san inside? Frankly, there are some things girls shouldn't be hearing about. As long as it's not too much of a dirty topic, it should be fine. I mean, even I didn't know she was a girl until I met her in person, and I did talk to her about some weird stuff before. So, I'm sorry to hear that. Nigo's mouth loosened just a little. Well then, please send the invitation. Yes. Right, sending it now. Nigo took out his smartphone and accepted the invitation. A little while later, a notification popped out that Nigo had joined the chat group. Immediately after that, Yui was also notified. She reacted to it, and out of the corner of her eye, she saw Asuka peeking out from next to her. Nigo-kun's a member? Asuka's voice was so loud that it traveled to the other side. That's right. This Nigo-kun is my boyfriend, right? Nigo-kun. Asuka smiled as she waved her hand. Smiling wryly, Yuma watched Nigo as he waved his hand back while making an exasperated face. Yes? Is something wrong? No. I was just thinking about how much you like me. That's so. Then I'm happy you're my girlfriend. For you to say that kind of thing so easily. Perhaps because the teacher didn't say anything when Asuka called out to the other groups. The whole class gradually began to move around regardless of their groups. Initially, Yuma wondered, is it okay? Awaiting to see how the situation would play out, but the teacher didn't seem to interfere. If anything, she joined in with a circle of male students and started happily chatting away. He heard that the school culture values the independence of the students, but he had never expected it to go this far. When Nigo-kun. Asuka's happy voice. Immediately following that, Asuka rushed over and hugged the sitting Nigo from behind. Asuka's chest was hitting the back of Nigo's head with all its might. Seeing that, Yuma's heart thumped. But Nigo looked up at Asuka with an indifferent look as usual. Wasn't I just telling you not to do that at school? Sorry. I was talking to my new friend Yui just now. Plus, I also want to talk with Nigo-kun and Suizaki-kun. At these words, Yuma turned to look at Yui, and that's when he noticed The girls in the same group as Yui were looking at him with a smirk on their faces. What the heck? Question mark. Smiling and patting Yui on the back as if to say good luck, they sent her on her way. Yui then came to him with her face turned downwards, a bright red. Why Yui? Tsu. He didn't know what she was embarrassed about, as Yui continued mumbling. Well, whenever Yui gets embarrassed like this, she can't talk. Wanna chat? Hearing that, Yui nodded her head. Fortunately, there was an empty seat next to her, so he sat down and started chatting. You looked like you were having fun with the other girls, but do you think you can get along with them? Yes, thanks to Asuka-san, I think I can get along with them. Asuka-san is a nice person. Well, she's something like a lump of communication skills, so why don't you use her as a reference? As they were talking about such a thing, Asuka, who Yuma was unaware of, peeked out from behind. Getting a compliment is embarrassing. Her face was so close that he got a little startled. Just in case, he looked at Nigo to see how he would react, but he was unresponsive. Don't peek at people's smartphones. Although, thanks for the help, Asuka. Well, I'm glad since I have more friends. Isn't that right, Yui-chan? Why yes Asuka. But didn't you call me Megu-chan just now? In the end, is it really that embarrassing to call each other by those names? Yes. But I'll do my best. Megu-chan. You're so cute. Asuka then went over to Yui and hugged her tightly. The sight of the girls committing skinship ached Yuma's heart, forcing him to look away. Nigo however, was butter-faced as usual. When Asuka calmed down, Yuma let out a cough to cut the flow of the conversation. For the time being, he introduced Nigo to Yui. Yui, this is my friend from middle school, Nigo. He may look unfriendly, however, he's not a bad guy. I hope you can get along with him. Teruaki Nigo. I look forward to working with you from now on. The tone of his voice felt slightly intimidating. In addition, Yui, who was not used to such things, became uncomfortable at that moment. You are, pleased to meet you. We're classmates. There's no need to be that formal. Why yes. Immediately following that, the conversation came to an end. Yui's fear of strangers and the unsociable Nigo. He could tell that the conversation was not going well at all. However, this was within Yuma's realm of expectations. Yui. A short while ago, Nigo joined the chat group, right? Why don't you use that to talk to him? Why yes. Nervously operating her phone, Yui looked at Nigo. At the same time, Nigo opened the chat screen. Nigo was unsociable, but he could read the room. Not long after, a message from Yui appeared in the chat. I look forward to working with you. Afraid, she used honorifics in the chat. Pleased to meet you. Nigo can talk about almost anything related to anime, so I think he and Yui should get along very well. As they chatted, he made eye contact with Yui, as if to encourage her to talk about something. What kind of anime does Nigo-kun like? What kind, huh? Nigo placed his hand on his chin, brooding with a serious look on his face as if he was a scholar trying to solve a difficult problem. And then, if I had to pick 5 anime from this season, it would be a zombie parody. Wonder Haven. Land Core. Followed by Lily Camp and Mofu. Huh? Yui let out an inane voice. By the way, Lily Camp, which Nigo brought up, is an anime about young girls camping every day. As for Mofu, it's a Yuri anime about the interaction of girls with animal ears. Neither of them matched Nigo, who seemed bookish and serious. You watch Mofu and Lily Camp? Yes, in particular, the fox girl from Mofu, Iragi-sensei. She's my favorite character for this season of anime. Even though she's lacking in the most basic department. I personally like her character as a serious older sister, and above all, the feeling of her fluffy magnificent tail. Looking at that divine scene just makes me want to bury my face in it. I understand. That scene made me excited too. By the way, Nigo also plays Grand Gate. When Yuma said that from the side, Yui reacted with a jerk. She had been cautious until a little while ago, but all of a sudden she felt like she had found a companion, and she began to fidget with a curious look. What's Nigo's occupation? I'm a heavy gunner. Although, I'm a so-called light user, so I'm not that strong. It's okay, each person has a different playstyle. Having a huge gun on a big warship sounds like a good idea. What's your level? If you'd like, Wanna go on an adventure with us next time? In displeasure, Asuka, who was watching the conversation from the side, puffs her cheeks out. What's with you both excitedly chatting like that? So sneaky. Yui-chan, can I join too? Yuma, can I invite her? Ah, of course. Do you know how to invite her? Yui-chan, here, tap here. Yes, that's it. Okay, hee. I look forward to working with you from now on. MN. Please take care of me. Megyu-chan. Yarn. Yui-chan called me Megyu-chan. In great delight from having her name called out, Asuka happily hugged Yui. Nigo, on the other hand, was still looking at Asuka's name, the newest addition to the group, with a Buddha face as usual. I'm glad you're in, but are you familiar with anime and games? More or less. That's what this group is about. Oh? If that's the case, I've seen some anime like Hanagami no Courage, Blade of the Demon God. As for games, I play Mario Party with my brothers. I see. Well, from now on, we'll drag you into the swamp with us. Anyway, Yui, from a girl's point of view, what kind of work do you think she should start with? If it's an anime, how about something like Beyond the Sky? Right now, all of the episodes are streaming on Nio. So I can watch them all now? Understood. Then I'll watch them this Saturday and Sunday. It was a strange feeling until a short while ago. Yui wasn't able to speak properly by herself, but now, after having met Asuka and Nigo, she became friends and started talking properly with them, and I think I was the reason why Yui's communication disorder improved. Thinking about this made me feel proud, but it also made me feel a little lonely. Somehow, it really feels like I'm a parent bird watching my nestlings leave the nest. With a slight strained laugh, Yuma joined the three of them in discussing anime section. After school. At the station on the way home, our train is on the platform over there, so I guess this is it. Yui-chan, Suizaki-kun, see you tomorrow. Why yes. Bye. With a wave of their hands, Asuka and Nigo parted ways. Watching them disappear into the crowd, Yui took a short rest. Are you worn out? Probably. Especially that sports test at the end. It's been a long time since I've moved my body so much. I'm going to get a muscle ache tomorrow. Speaking of sports tests, you have a really flexible body. You saw? No, Asuka has a very loud voice, right? She was screaming yeah so soft. Do you even got bones in there? Actually, seeing Yui dressed in gym clothes with a ponytail was so fresh that it made me follow her secretly. Only the long sitting forward bend was good. The rest was a mess. Yui's cheeks were slightly dyed. She probably remembers throwing the ball with all her might and having it land right in front of her. Well, you're physically weak, so it can't be helped. That's right, but when it's shown on the reading like that, I think I should train a little more. But Megyu-chan was amazing, wasn't she? Even though she was running with the boys in the endurance race, she was always in the front. Like that, Yui became more and more lively as she spoke. Was it fun? Yes. Yui nodded with a smile. Watching her smile like that, he felt happy. They then went to the platform, waited for a little while, and then the train came. It was still a half-day class, and since school ended at noon, there weren't many people. They sat down side by side in the empty seats. Somehow, at times, I worry if this all right now is a dream. As the train rumbled, Yui muttered such a thing. Dreams? Yes. After all, it was only until recently that I could talk to anyone with the exception of my parents. How many years has it been since I was confined indoors? Then I met Yuma, became best friends, and considerably improved my inferiority complex and communication disorder. And then, now I also went to school and made new friends. It's going so well that it all feels like a convenient dream. When I wake up, I'm afraid everything will go back to the way it was again. Perhaps, Yui was not used to such happiness. It may be that the environment she lived in until now was so different that she couldn't get a sense of reality. It's okay. I'll be with you forever. Yes. Such was her reply. However, a little while later, he got slightly embarrassed. Now, depending on how you look at it, isn't that as good as a confession? Whenever he was together with Yui, he would unconsciously try to look good, doing things that he wouldn't normally do or say. But, despite that, Yui was happy about it. She wanted to be with him forever. Was it as a friend, or at least a little bit, that kind of? That's when Yui leaned over Yuma and put her head on his shoulder. Why Yui? Yui was letting out small breaths. She must have been tired and fallen asleep. He thought about waking her up, but he decided to leave her as it is. If she was tired, then he wanted her to rest. Honestly, it was hard to throw away such a sweet time. The weight on his shoulders, the warmth of her body, everything about it was lovely. Yuma exhaled the air that had accumulated in his lungs. If the present feels like a dream, then it's the same for me. Going and coming back from school with the girl I love, holding hands with her, even now, trusting me so much to the point where she would lean against me and sleep like this. To be honest, I was embarrassed, but more than that, I was happy to be doing this with Yui. Being careful not to wake Yui, Yuma enjoyed the moment until they arrived at the station. Chapter 4 Welcome Party and Crossing Paths. I'll say it again, but Beyond the Sky was so good. I was so moved, especially at the end. I couldn't help but cry at that scene. The following week, after the school entrance ceremony, during lunch break, Asuka still didn't cool off her excitement, saying such things. She had watched all the anime episodes that Yui had recommended to her over the weekend in a single sitting, and it seems to have moved her a lot. As soon as she met Yui, she broke out on the verge of tears and clung to her whilst describing how much she loved the series, causing the surroundings to become slightly noisy. I'm glad you liked it. Welcome to the anime swamp. Most importantly, our comrades have increased. In the otaku community, getting caught up in a specific type of content is described as being swamped. Before you know it, no sooner than setting foot, you're already sinking deep, unable to get out, and then, the people around you will graciously entice you with their words, hoping to sink you in even further into the hole. It sounds as if it was some sort of a monster when you put it like that. In any case, it's always fun to talk about our shared interests. We would put our desks together, eat our meals, and give thoughts about the anime we watched. But I don't really understand the last part of the story. Did the protagonist survive in the end? Or did he die? That part was intentionally blurred out. But, what do you think, Nigo? It's uncouth for others to talk about something like that. We each have our own respective interpretation of how it ends. Yui nodded in approval of Nigo's words. Seeing so many people talk about anime when previously there were none made her cheeks glow red with happiness. I'm glad you made more friends. Yes, Yui said in a soft voice while smiling. His desire to pat her head grew even harder to resist than before. That's right. On a separate note, I heard the three of you are playing something called Grand Gate. What's that game about? Is it fun? Yeah, it is. I'd say it's one of the best domestically produced MMORPGs out there right now. I don't know what that is, but if it's fun, I'd like to try it too. I want to be able to talk to everyone about it. I can download it on my smartphone, right? Yui reacted to these words. She began to fidget in anticipation. Yui was the biggest gaming geek out of everyone among us. Knowing she'd get another friend to play with probably made her overjoyed. Seeing Yui like that, both Yuma and Asuka pleasantly smiled and narrowed their eyes. Nigo, on the other hand, had a frown on his face as per usual, saying show me your phone for a moment before receiving it and checking the compatibility of her device with the game. It's a little heavy, but if you set it to a simple configuration, it should work without any issues. However, you barely have enough storage space to get the game, so you should delete stuff that you don't need on your phone. Also, there's quite some data traffic when you try installing it, so I recommend you download it in an environment with the best Wi-Fi around you. It only says standard Japanese? It's all in standard Japanese. Because she was weak to that sort of thing, a tight smile surfaced on Asuka's face. You can't be helped. If you don't understand this, I can teach you next time. Really? Of course. Missionary work is a way to give back to the industry, and I like the idea of having more people to talk to about this. Oh, I see. Asuka bashfully swung her shoulders, her face looking unusually embarrassed. Then, on our next day off, Can I go and play at Nago-kun's house? Oh, a small voice shot up inside Yuma's mind. My house? Why yes. You see, I don't feel comfortable doing this at school or anywhere outside, so I want you to teach me at your house, Nago-kun. I see. Besides, we've been dating for a while now, but we haven't even been to each other's house yet. No? That's why. How about we start doing it? Is it no good? Asuka had never tried to hide her fondness for Nago-kun, but as far as Yuma knew, this was the first time that she had approached him in this sort of way. Even though this was another person, his heart was still throbbing with nervousness. Yui was watching this scene with bated breath. All right. Ah really? When are you two free, Suizaki and Kamishiro-san? What? Asuka's eyes became slightly dizzy at those words. Are you going to invite them too? Why? Of course. House. I want it to be with just the two of us, Nago-kun. I'm sorry, but I don't think it's a good idea for a man and a woman to be alone together at someone's house. I wouldn't mind if any bad ideas somehow managed to come true though. Did you say something? Nothing. Nothing at all, Asuka said as she pouted her cheeks. Megyu-chan. See, cheer up. Yui-chan is so kind. Maybe I should switch from Nago-kun to Yui-chan? Wait. That's. Ahaha. I'm just kidding. Don't be so coy. Yui-chan's so cute. There. Come here. Asuka sat Yui on her lap and then, without pause, hugged her tight as if she were a stuffed animal. Not used to this sort of physical contact, Yui's body became tense, and her face quickly turned red. Oh right, if we're all going to be playing together, why not make it a welcome party for Yui? A welcome party? See, I've only known Nago-kun and Suizaki-kun since junior high, but for you, Yui-chan, I've only known you since high school. As new friends, I want to have a welcome party for you. It's okay, Megyu-chan. You don't have to be that thoughtful or anything like that. Don't worry about it, okay? Honestly speaking, I just wanted to cause a bit of a stir by suggesting we have a welcome party, so please don't worry about it. So, how about it? The welcome party. Does everyone have any plans that we can be hearing about? After that, the four of them arranged a meeting and decided to hold a welcome party at Nigo's house the coming Saturday. And then, on a Saturday just past noon, before heading to Nigo's house for the welcome party, Yuma and Yui went to a nearby supermarket. Calling it a welcome party was a bit far-fetched as it was more of a pleasant gathering where everyone brought something to add to the table. There's going to be quite a lot of people around. Are you going to be okay? I'll be fine. Showing no particular signs of hesitation, Yui immediately gave a reply back. They departed to the confectionery section without delay, with Yuma pushing the shopping cart while Yui moved around with quick steps, stuffing the cart with whatever sweets caught her eye. In the same way as before, a certain number of people were shooting inquisitive gazes at Yui. However, Yui herself had changed from before. After all, right now I'm very happy. Responding to the matter in question, Yui flashed a smile at Yuma. I'm having fun at school. I even made some new friends. Then after shopping, we're heading to a friend's house for a welcome party. So really, I'm fine. I know it might sound a little harsh, but I'm really not bothered by what anybody else thinks right now. Hearing those words, Yuma's face bloomed into a smile. Nice to see that you've gotten a little bolder. Hee. But isn't that all thanks to you, Yuma? Really? I can't thank you enough. So, let me thank you again sometime, alright? Worrying excessively about things like thanks and all. You really don't need to care about such a thing, you know? Well, I just want to thank you because I want to spend even more time together with you. Hearing that, he turned to look at Yui reflexively, only to see her looking downwards with her cheeks dyed red. However, her small hand gently held onto Yuma's sleeve. She was much clingier than before, which weighed down Yuma a lot, but with the way that things were going right now, it was making him feel all sorts of things, such as being a little impatient while also being teased by her. And that's when it happened. Walking towards them from the front were probably two female college students. The two girls, who were around the same age as them, passed by, whilst looking at them. Several seconds after they passed by, they could hear the sound of the two chatting enjoyably from behind. Hey, Did you see that just now? I saw it. I saw it. Yuma furrowed his eyebrows, thinking, is this about Yui's hair again? However, what he heard back was something entirely different than his thoughts. That couple from earlier, were they high school students? They looked so innocent and cute. Hearing that, his cheeks burned up. Yui's face also turned red at their comments. Then, in a flash, she separated herself from Yuma. Juice. I'm going to go get some juice. And then, as if to cover up her embarrassment, with a pitter-patter of footsteps, she walked away from Yuma. As she headed for the drinks area, she placed her hand on her chest, letting out a breath in order to calm herself down. Seeing her appearance like that, he couldn't help but expect something more. Before, she liked him as a friend and not as a member of the opposite sex. At any rate, she even allowed him to stay over at her house from time to time. But now, it felt a little different. That is to say, she's becoming more and more conscious of him as a member of the opposite sex. Yuma, is this much okay? Yeah, thank you. He took the 2-liter juice which Yui was carrying and placed it into the basket. Suddenly, he felt the urge of patting Yui's head. Before, he used to pat her head without reserve, but he hasn't done anything of the sort recently. He knew that Yui would be delighted if he pat her head, and yet, he was feeling too embarrassed to bring himself to do it now. After a long time, he gently reached his hand out. Immediately noticing that Yuma was going to pat her head, Yui's cheeks dyed red, and she tilted her head slightly towards his hand. However, Yuma stopped his hand midway through. That's enough. Let's go to the cashier. Huh? Yeah. Yui had a look that seemingly wanted to say, aren't you going to pat my head? But he pretended not to notice it. Yuma let out a small sigh. Even for him, what he did was no doubt something pathetic. After that, the two of them boarded the electric train, going past a couple stops. Then, they got off at the nearest station to Nigo's house. There they are. Yui-chan, Suizaki-kun. Outside the station, Nigo and Asuka were waiting for them. As it was their first time coming over to Nigo's house, they asked to be picked up by them. Oh, Yui-chan's normal clothes give off a pretty nice feel. Yes, it's very cute. Thanks. Megyu-chan's clothes are cute too. Thanks Yui-chan's such a good girl. Asuka happily patted Yui's head in response. Donning a hat, shirt and short pants, Asuka's boyish outfit was quite simple, but it also reflected her cheerful personality. Her bare legs were freely exposed, making it hard for Yuma to figure out where exactly he had to look when facing her. Nigo-kun didn't praise me at all, but that's okay. Well, for me, the first thing that came to mind wasn't the impression of it looking good or not, but it simply looking rather cold. Actually, aren't you feeling cold being dressed so lightly like that? Today feels somewhat chilly, you know. As a matter of fact, it is a little cold. But, you see, when it comes to fashion, it's said that you need to be patient. Nigo let out a sigh as if to say good grief. And then, slowly, he took off the jacket he was wearing and placed it on Asuka's shoulder. Put this on. If you catch a cold, it'll be hard to get out of bed later. Nigo-kun. That's it. That kind of thing where your heart goes Kyan. When your boyfriend nonchalantly puts his jacket over his girlfriend's shoulders. That's what I wanted. Good grief. At any rate, put on some stockings from now on. But these are the bare legs of a girl in high school. Don't you know that boys like this sort of thing? I prefer stockings over bare legs. Understood. I'll do that next time. Come summer, I'll be wearing my stockings every day. Their conversational exchange seemed like that of a comic strip. While watching that, Yuma let out a wry smile. One thing led to another, but those two are pretty close. Perhaps, this is the ideal relationship I want the two of us to have too. A distance like that of friends, being natural with each other, and yet being boyfriend and girlfriend. To be honest, I'm a little envious. At that moment, he also noticed Yui curling her body a little when the wind blew past them. Yui, are you feeling cold? Just a little. What would you do in this situation? For a moment, he hesitated. He was far from doing it as slickly as Nigo, but still, one way or another, he made his move. Taking off his jacket, he passed it over to Yui. One after another, They exchanged glances, with Yui appearing a little perplexed while Yuma pushed his jacket out towards her. "Why you two, put on the jacket." It's okay, though. It's just a little cold." "Never mind that. Your body's weak, and it would be terrible if you managed to catch a cold." Shyly, Yui put on the jacket from Yuma. In contrast to the petite Yui, the men's jacket was too large for her to fit in properly. If she were to put it on, no doubt would it slip out from her body. "Yuma, can you carry my bag?" "Yes." Yui handed over her bag and eagerly slipped her hands through the sleeves of the jacket. Sure enough, it was very loose for someone like her to wear. There was an excess amount of the sleeve material hanging over her arms. Hee, it's so baggy." Despite this, Yui's expression softened, looking happy with the jacket. On the other hand, Yuma was not feeling it as much. This was a lot more embarrassing than he thought it'd be. The slightly chilly weather was just what he needed to cool his burning cheeks. "Nigo, you're amazing." "What's that?" Nothing." At any rate, the four of them headed towards Nigo's house. This is Nigo-kun's house is this? Nigo's house was a Japanese-styled mansion. Looking at it from this distance, you would wonder what kind of person lives in this house. That's why they were so surprised when they heard that the person living in this house was none other than Nigo. Could Nigo-kun possibly be very rich? "I guess I am kinda well off. Nigo-kun, make me your wife." That was my plan from the very beginning. My decision to go out with you wasn't taken lightly, you know. I was thinking that since we were going out as a man and a woman, I would assume marriage. But was that a bad idea? Asuka's face immediately turned red. Full of vigor until a moment ago, she instantly became quiet, mumbling in a small voice, "No, please treat me well, Nigo. You're really amazing." "What?" Nothing." "Yeah, really amazing." At any rate, they headed into the house and proceeded to the guest room. The interior was elegant, giving off the vibes of something like a traditional Japanese inn. They sat down on the cushions spread across the tatami mats and lined up the sweets and drinks that they gathered on the circular table. And exactly at that moment, Nigo's large pizza had also arrived. In no time at all, the circular table was completely full, feeling like a party in its own way. It's kind of weird to have a large pizza in a house that looks something like a traditional inn. Yes. Anyway, can we start eating already? Yui-chan, don't be shy. Come have some too. There's quite a few toppings. Nigo ordered a single pizza with 4 different types of toppings. You can choose whatever you like, okay? It's your welcome party after all. Yui eagerly got up on her knees from the cushion, and after a little hesitation, carefully lifted up a slice with a generous amount of cheese spread upon it. Her eyes beamed over at the stretched melted cheese whilst lifting the piece, looking very curiously at the charred cheese and salami on the surface of the pizza. "Perhaps, is this your first time eating pizza?" "Well, I've eaten pizza toast and other small types of pizza before, but this is the first time I've ever eaten a full-fledged one like this." "Oh, so this is your first time eating pizza, Yui-chan?" "Phew, if it's going to be that way, why not have some of this cola too? It's a devilish combination, you know." "Won't you get fat by doing that?" "Don't say fat to a girl, Nigo-kun. Don't you know that it's taboo? Girls have to fight against the temptations of delicious foods and scales every day." "I don't get fat no matter how much I eat though." Yui-chan, you betrayed me." Giggling at Asuka, who was pretending to cry at her words, Yui opened her small mouth wide and bit into the pizza, snapping it up in an instant. Narrowing her eyes at the stretched cheese, her mouth wriggled deliciously. Such a gesture was irresistibly adorable, making Yuma subconsciously relax his eyes at the sight. For a moment, he just wanted to watch Yui eat forever, but as one would expect, such a thing couldn't last that long. Yuma was also a little hesitant, so he chose a piece with an ample amount of bacon plastered upon it. Nigo and Asuka then each took their own portion respectively. Hey, Nigo-kun, let's feed each other, okay? Asuka, I've said this many times, but we can't do that in public. Hey. With a snap, Asuka bit into the pizza that Nigo was holding in his hand. With a face like a child that had successfully pulled off a prank, Asuka moved her mouth, munching away at the piece she just had. That's bad manners. Yes, yes, Nigo-kun. You too. Unable to help it, Nigo took a bite of the pizza that was presented to him. But he didn't seem to take a whole bite like her. An indirect kiss. There's nothing charming about an indirect kiss with a pizza slice. At the two who were pulling something off like it was completely natural, both Yuma and Yui's cheeks had turned red. The people in question were lovers, so it may not be anything very special to them, but it was still embarrassing to watch them do such an act. And then, Yuma noticed Yui shooting glances at his pizza repeatedly. Do you want to try this too? Well, Yuma's one looks delicious too. Want some? Yui's face had turned a bright shade of red. However, she nodded her head in agreement. In regards to Yui, Yuma took the same type of slice from the remaining pizza and placed it on Yui's plate. Thank you. For some reason, there was a hint of disappointment in Yui's voice, but he tried not to think about it too much. After enjoying the pizza and sweets to a certain extent, they began talking about Asuka's game. Having finished adjusting the settings on Asuka's phone, without further delay, Nigo installed Grand Gate and started the game. Do you have any particular occupation you prefer? Nigo asked Asuka, as she tilted her head in contemplation, going, Well, since this is my first time playing this, I don't really know much about that, but I'd like something that can slice and dice. Then I'd recommend being an assassin, having the skill of stopping an enemy's movement for a short time when stabbing them from behind. The rush from that skill feels amazing. Moreover, since you also have the concealment skill, even a beginner would have a hard time dying. I don't really know what you're talking about, but let's go with that then. Let me see. This is how you create a character, right? Then, I'll begin the game. The other three peeked in from aside as she went through the opening cutscene and tutorial. As they peered at her smartphone screen, their faces naturally got closer and closer to the screen. Nigo's face eventually drew closer to hers as well, and as one would expect, it made Asuka's face turn a little red. How should I put it? Asuka's strong when she's the one attacking, but weak when she's the one getting attacked. Seeing the usually aggressive Asuka becoming shy towards Nigo was rather amusing. While understanding Nen's feelings just a teensy bit more, the three of them watched her finish the tutorial while giving her some advice from time to time. So can I join everyone now? Where is everyone? The three of us are right outside the guild. You see the big guy in armor? That's Schwarz. Use him as your marker. Schwarz. Ah, I see him. As Yuma took a glance towards his smartphone, an adventurer with some starting equipment named Asuka started rushing towards the three. Feels kind of strange seeing everyone in the game like this. Let me see. So Yuma is Suizaki-kun. That's easy to comprehend. And Schwarz, the tough guy wearing big armor, is Nigo-kun. Then Tamamo, the one dressed as a shrine maiden with fox ears and a tail, is Yui, right? You're wrong. I'm Tamamo. Huh? I'm Tamamo. Oh. Asuka blinked her eyes in surprise. As shown on the screen, Tamamo was a cute shrine maiden with fox ears. It was absolutely adorable how she stood there flapping her tail in standby. However, none of these characteristics suited the quiet and prudish Nigo. So Nigo-kun is Tamamo. So you use girls in a game. If I'm going to be playing an online game for hundreds of hours, then it's many times better watching a fox girl's tail flapping rather than some random man's buttocks. Even the higher-ups say so. I see. As one would expect, even Asuka's smile was a little stiff. However, after a little while, she noticed something and blinked her eyes. Nigo-kun, are you really interested in girls? Who do you think I am? Well, you always have this sour face, so I surely thought that you had no interest in girls. If I wasn't interested, I wouldn't be going out with you. Is that so? Nigo-kun is a boy all right. Asuka grinned as she said this. Nigo usually doesn't show any signs of interest in any girls, so this unexpected side of him amused her. Hey, by the way, what type of girl do you like, Nigo-kun? Nigo thought about it a little while. First of all, I like someone who's bright. Also, I like aggressive girls in comparison to passive girls. Asuka thought for a moment, and then she nodded happily. Then, I like short hair. I used to like long hair, but recently I've begun to notice the charm of short hair. He, said Asuka as she touched her hair and smiled. And then, also, the animal ears and the tail. You definitely can't forget that, huh? Asuka alternately compares Nigo's face and the Tamamo displayed on her smartphone. On screen was Tamamo, a fox maiden with short hair, dancing energetically in the middle of her idle animation. Just now. Were you talking about her? Yes, I was talking about her. Yui-chan, Nigo-kun is cheating on me. Saying so, Asuka feigned some tears and threw her arms around Yui. On the other hand, Yui had no idea what to do in this situation. So for the time being, she just stroked Asuka's head and comforted her quietly. After that moment, the four of them immediately headed out on an adventure. After learning the basic controls and techniques against small fry monsters for a while, they brought Asuka to a boss found in the early stages so that she could become used to how the game works. The challenge this time was romcom. Although low in offensive ability, it had various attack patterns. Due to this, it was nicknamed Teacher Kong, because it was the most suitable boss for beginners to use as practice. Incidentally, at Yuma and Yui's level, they could easily one-punch the boss in the early stages of the game, so they brought equipment which drastically decreased their offensive ability. Megyu-chan, I'll be getting his hate. You attack the boss from behind, alright? What's hate? The enemy's attention, I guess. Bosses generally always target me, so I have to go around them like this. Okay. Then I'll go on a rampage. Wait, that preliminary movement. Eek. Somehow my health's draining a lot. Run away. You should recover now. Yuma, Nigo-kun, defeat the small fries around you. I'll have Megyu-chan defeat the boss. Oh, leave it to me. Got it. Yui was someone who talks a lot in games. Even so, it felt a little strange to see her giving out instructions like this. On screen, Asuka was blown away repeatedly by the boss, and each time, Schwarz slowly recovered her health. During this, the boss's attacks also flew towards Schwarz, but Yui didn't even try to evade them. When she was hit, her health bar only dropped by about an inch. And in addition to that, the auto-restoration system which healed her basically brought her HP back up instantly. What's with Yui-chan being this strong? I want to do that too. You'll be able to do it once you level up and get all the equipment you need. Leaving that aside, watch the enemy's movements. Don't get too close during the preliminary movement of a ranged attack. During the cooldown time of your skill, your firepower drops dramatically, so evading is a priority. Also, don't just use your skills, use your normal attacks too. Wait. Don't just say all of that in one go. How should I put it? Isn't Yui-chan a little out of character? She's like some kind of sports-minded eek. In spite of being blown away over and over and over again, Asuka somehow managed to bring the boss down. Finally beat it, Asuka said with a pleasant smile on her face. Yui, on the other hand, looked somewhat embarrassed. I'm sorry, I may have sounded a little conceited during that. What? Come on. If anything, I also like that kind of Yui-chan, you know? More importantly, I feel like I've come to like this game a little more. Why don't we go for another boss? Really? Then I'll make some weapons with the materials we got from defeating Teacher Kong just now, and next time, we can go to the volcanic cave or something. In high spirits, Yui started making plans for when she'll be taking Asuka out on an adventure next time. Yui would usually challenge difficult quests together with Yuma, but this was the first time he saw her having fun like this. Yuma watched the scene with narrowed eyes, and then, after defeating 2 more bosses, Asuka fell on the tatami mat with a flop, looking exhausted. Phew. Let's take a slight break, okay? While saying so, Asuka got up and poured the cola into a glass on the desk and started chugging it down. Phew. Seeing her drink it down just like how you would in a commercial made him want to drink one too. That's so? Then I think I'll also take a slight break. After all, I've been playing for quite a while now. Nigo's words made him look at the clock, and before he knew it, 2 hours had already passed by. Eek, has it been this long already? They say good times pass by in an instant, but that really is true, huh? Yui reacted to those words with a jerk. She turned her eyes towards Asuka and then her mouth rose with a happy grin. What's the matter, Yui-chan? No, nothing. She was probably happy about Asuka having fun with her. In response to that, Yuma let out a small voice. I'm glad you're happy, to which she replied, yeah. It was cute and endearing to see her smiling and looking happy. Half unconsciously, he reached out his hand, placing it on Yui's head while stroking it lightly. It's been a long time since you've patted my head. Is that so? I did it. Staring at him, Asuka's eyes blinked in surprise, and then, a sly grin began to surface on her face. Though he felt like he had done something extremely rash, having come this far, he decided to just continue stroking her as it is. As he was doing so, Asuka slowly began to fidget. Slowly, she stood up and walked towards Nigo. Then, she sat herself down on his legs with her legs crossed. You're heavy. Seriously, you have a girl sitting down on your legs and that's how you react? Asuka's cheeks puffed up as she said so. Looking a little annoyed, Nigo raised his eyebrows. I don't think it's a good idea for girls to get too attached to someone like that. We're a pair of lovers, so it's alright. But to see Suizaki-kun and Yui-chan like that, how should I put it, it makes me jealous. Nigo-kun, I'm glad we're going out and being together like this, but hasn't it felt like we've made very little progress since then? See, even when I press my chest against you like this, you don't react at all. You were doing that on purpose, weren't you? It's also embarrassing for me, you know. But I'm lonely. Since we're boyfriend and girlfriend, I want us to do things that are a little more familiar. Suddenly, Asuka let out a cute voice. From behind, was Nigo, with his arms tightly wrapped around her. Hold on, Nigo-kun. Asuka was completely at her wit's end. Then, Nigo leaned in and whispered into Asuka's ear. Sorry if I made you feel lonely. It's my first time being a boyfriend, so I hope you'll forgive me for my shortcomings. Why yes. But, let me tell you one thing, I'm also a boy. And as a boy, it's natural to have desires for girls. Asuka's face turned bright red at those words. But because you come on too strong, I had no choice but to keep my distance. I hope you can understand that. I am sorry. Well, it's true that we haven't had enough dialogue so far. Let's talk properly from now on. I understand, but can you let go of me now? I'm at my limit. No matter how much we do it, even I feel embarrassed with this. Hey, why are you not letting go this time? I'm just trying to make up for all the times I've made you feel lonely. I am glad you feel that way, but at least do it when it's just the two of us. Asuka was busy struggling on Nigo's lap. It was a little uncomfortable to see their friends flirting like that, but at the same time, honestly, he felt extremely jealous. If only Yui and I were lovers and we could flirt like that. Such thoughts went over his head as he glanced over at Yui. Shortly after that, Yui also glanced back at him. Their eyes met perfectly and they both hurriedly looked away from one another. Is something wrong? Why Yuma, there. Since we might be getting in their way, wanna leave for a little bit? That's right. Let's go then. Then we'll be leaving. We'll let you guys take your time. Hey, don't leave, Yui-chan, Suizaki-kun. Though she said that, it was very clear that it was just to hide her embarrassment. Despite the fact that the two had been dating since junior high, there was very little sign of any progress. There have, however, been signs of progress occurring recently. Just as he thought, they should leave these two alone. It's simply very difficult trying to stay in a place like this. Leaving the room, they found themselves facing the porch of the courtyard, quite similar to a traditional Japanese inn. There was even a small water-filled bamboo tube clattering against the stone. They naturally sat down, though today felt comparatively chilly. The sunlight was just right and pleasantly warm, a perfect time for basking in the sun. Suddenly watching your friends flirt, it's embarrassing, isn't it? I didn't mind seeing couples in the station flirt with one another, but Megyu-chan's and Nigo-kun's situation was awfully embarrassing to watch firsthand. When do you think should we head back? Isn't it okay if we took our time? Megyu-chan looked somewhat happy. Saying such a thing, the both of them laughed. Nevertheless, They somehow understood that they were both just hiding their embarrassment. And then, Yui glanced at Yuma repeatedly, sitting cross-legged, fidgeting somewhat. Is Yui also considering doing the same thing as Asuka? Such thoughts were racing through his mind. Do you want to try it? The moment he said that, he instantly regretted his choice of words. Affected by the atmosphere of both Nigo and Asuka, he ended up saying something that he normally wouldn't have spoken out loud. Sure enough, even Yui was wide-eyed in surprise at his words. No, sorry, it's nothing, forget about it. With minuscule movements, Yui pinched Yuma's clothes while facing downwards. With an embarrassed look on her face, she let out a feeble voice. I want to try. This time, Yuma was the one who choked up at those words. He didn't actually think that she would be okay with it. Then, shall we give it a try? Yui nodded slightly. His heart was racing. Rather than feeling excitedly happy at this perspiration, he was rather filled with the feelings of is this actually okay? Yui then timidly lifted her hips and gently sat herself down onto Yuma, who was sitting cross-legged already. How Nigo was able to do this and remain unperturbed at Asuka's actions, he wondered. Her warm body temperature and the weight of her legs made him feel comfortable. Moreover, the sensation of Yui's buttocks made him mobilize his entire rational reasoning in order to not think about anything strange. He was so nervous that his head began spinning with the amount of thoughts in his head. Yui, on the other hand, wasn't completely calm either. He couldn't see her face because she was looking downwards. However, the nape of her neck was red and trembling. But even so, she was still sticking to him. That sort of cute and shy Yui made him lose his reason just a little bit. Putting his hands around her slender waist, he gently embraced her. He felt Yui's body freezing up at his touch, but there was no hint that she was feeling uncomfortable. After a little while, her strength dissipated, slowly surrendering her entire body to him. As she did so, he felt a sense of peace, even though his heart was pounding and aching. In surrendering her body, she trusted him. Hugging her, he could feel Yui's both warmth, and it was strangely comforting. It was a sweet, happy time for the two of them. Hey, Yui. What's wrong? Whispering in my ears is no good. It makes me shiver. You understood. Sorry. So, what now? Yuma swallowed the saliva in his mouth. Do you want to try something like love? He asked in a roundabout way. Although it was rather direct from this approach, he was liked by Yui, there was no doubt about it, but those feelings of being in love, he still wasn't sure whether it was a deep affection or whether it was just that of brother and sister. So he summoned up the courage to ask. He even thought that depending on Yui's answer, he could do a confession as it is. On the other hand, Yui's body froze up once again when she heard this question. 10 seconds passed by in silence, and then, I'm not interested in that sort of thing. Yui said so while shaking her head slightly. I'm plenty happy now, since I'm very satisfied. I see. Hey, Yuma. What? From now on, will you continue to be my friend forever? Of course, he replied in voice that sounded as cheerful as possible. But after the act, he sighed secretly so that Yui wouldn't notice. Just friends, I guess. This is it. To be honest, up till now, he thought he and Yui had a very good atmosphere going. However, Yui's reply was that she just wanted to be friends forever. Those were unmistakably her true feelings. Once again, he took a small breath again so his thoughts wouldn't get discovered. But well, that's okay, although it was a little painful to hear the truth. If that's what Yui wants, then he guessed it was fine. Should we go back soon? Yeah. He gently stroked Yui's head. A little while ago, he was hesitating to pat Yui's head, and yet, when he decided to remain friends with her, he was surprised by how easily it was to pat her head. Like that, the two stood up and headed back to the room where Asuka and Nigo were. Interlude. The reason for today's happiness. Do you want to try something like love? The moment Yui heard this, although she was so nervous that her heart began racing, her breathing came to a halt. I want to do love. I want to go out with Yuma more. I want to get even more closer to him because I want to tell him how much I love him. I like you, Yuma. That's all she had to say. With just those words, her wish could come true. She may even become lovers with Yuma just by saying something like that. The words were halfway through her throat. However, just before she could put it into words, she felt scared. As far as her second year of junior high, Yui had no friends. With her weak body and the complex about her white hair, going to school was always something outside her limit. And when her father and mother went to work, she was always at home, all alone with no company. But she never felt lonely. She had become so used to being alone that it eventually just became something normal to her. But when she met Yuma in the gaming world, she slowly began to feel what it's like to be lonely for once. He was the first friend she ever made. Adventuring without Yuma was somewhat dull, and when Yuma was away at school, she would ask herself, I wonder if Yuma is coming home soon. Will he get on soon? Before meeting him, her sense of the days of the week was limited to what day is this anime gonna be on? But she slowly began looking forward to Saturdays and Sundays the most, the days where she could play with Yuma all day. When it was decided she had to go to high school, the only thoughts present in her head were worrisome. Will I seriously be able to go to school? They won't laugh at my white hair, would they? Am I going to get bullied again? She didn't want to complain because she didn't want to cause any more trouble to her parents. However, school was still a very scary place for her. She was anxious. She'd even cry in secret by herself whenever she thought about school. But then, she found out that Yuma was going to the same school as her. For the first time in her life, she thanked God. She thought that God had given her a chance for once. So she summoned up her courage and invited him to meet. She was anxious about what would happen if his personality would be entirely different from the time she talked to him online. Although there was some trouble, she was glad that she met him. When she got home, she cried a little once again, as she had actually made a proper friend for the first time. And then time passed, and thanks to Yuma, she was gradually able to overcome her poor communication skills. She then attended school and even made some new friends. Every day at school was enjoyable, and no doubt would tomorrow be an enjoyable day as well, she thought. Right now, she could say from the bottom of her heart that she truly was happy. That's why she was fine with the way things were. Leave things as they are. She thought like that. She was afraid to change the happy and comfortable relationship she had now. By wishing for more, she feared losing what she already had. If she told him how she felt and he rejected her, no, it was okay if he rejected her. It may be awkward for a while, but most likely things would go back to how they were once again. The worst case was if you go out and break up because you fall out of love. She was aware that her feelings were heavy. If she were to become something like lovers with him, most certainly she would want Yuma to spoil her even more than he would now. She would become dependent on him. She may even appear as a burden to him, and because of that, he may fall out of love with her. She was aware that her way of thinking was negative, but she can't help but think about the worst possible scenario that could happen. If Yuma were to hate her or abandon her, she was sure she would revert back to her old self. She was afraid. It was because she knew how happy a day could be, that her fear of losing that day grows. She would rather things stay the way they were. She didn't want anything to change, so she would rather stay friends forever. That's why, from now on, could you continue to be my friend forever? She said that. Chapter 5 Resolution and Small Steps. Goodbye. Why yes, bye-bye. On the way home from Nigo's house, Yuma escorted Yui back to her house as usual. She saw off Yuma until she couldn't see him anymore, then opened the door and entered her house. As of yet, her father and mother are not home from work. Until a short while ago, things were very lively. Because of that, the silence in the house felt lonelier than usual. She washed her hands and then gargled her mouth. Immediately after, she headed to her room on the second floor and flopped onto the bed. Rolling over, she looked up at the ceiling. Today was fun. But why does my heart feel hazy? Even though she had accepted that she and Yuma should remain friends, her heart still wasn't convinced. Somewhere in her heart, she wanted to tell him how she felt even now. She wanted to become lovers with him. Such thoughts were running through her mind. As she was lying down on her bed dawdling for some time, she received a message on her smartphone. Looking at it, she saw it was from Asuka. Thanks for today, it was fun. Accompanied by it was a cat stamp. At this, Yui slipped out a chuckle and replied with a thanks message. By the way Yui-chan, Are you free tomorrow? If you like, wanna hang out and go shopping for clothes? Clothes? Well, there were signs of good progress between Nigo-kun and I. So I was thinking of getting something like a date outfit. That's nice. But where are we going? I haven't thought about that yet. For now, I'm just thinking of a nearby place. Yui thought a little, and then swapped the person she was messaging with. Yuma, is now a good time? Fortunately, Yuma was playing games on his smartphone, so he was able to reply within a minute. Yes. Is there something wrong? A little while ago, Megyu-chan asked me if I wanted to go and look at clothes with her tomorrow. Oh, that's nice. Yes. So, since we haven't decided where we wanted to go yet, can I recommend Nen's store? If it's there, it'll be easy to go and they have a good selection. Of course. Then, I'll call my sister and tell her about it. Yes. By then. The next day just past noon, Yui met Asuka in front of the clock tower in the station square. Sorry to keep you waiting, Yui-chan. Did you wait long? No, I just arrived. Fufu. This conversation sounds like the two of us are going on a date, right? Why yeah. For you to be embarrassed like that, Yui-chan so cute. Come to think of it, this was also where I met Yuma for the first time. I met him. But how should I put it? I got scared and run away. But well, now that I'm meeting with friends other than Yuma, I can say that it's great progress. Let's go then. Suizaki-kun's sister's store, right? Please show me the way. Yes, I'll do my best. Like that, the two got on the bus and headed towards Nen's store. She was in all sorts of worry that she would get off the wrong stop or go the wrong way. But she somehow managed to guide her. At the name Rebirth of the World, Asuka seemed a little uneasy. Shown on the billboard was something like a beautiful girl in her strongest form usually found in the last episode. Yui laughed, seeing how Asuka reacted the same way she did when she first arrived. As soon as she entered the shop, Nen greeted her with a smile. Welcome Yui-chan. And, this must be Asuka-chan, right? I'm Suizaki Nen. Thank you for always looking after my younger brother Yuma. I'm the one who should say that. He's always on good terms with me. Be that as it may, I was really surprised. I didn't know Suizaki-kun had such a beautiful older sister. Thank you. So without any delay, Asuka-chan, you came here to buy clothes for a date, right? Yes. Please treat me well. You Fufu, you're full of energy. So, do you know what the other person likes? Sorry. I don't really know. He doesn't really talk much about this kind of thing. But, I would consider him to be a serious person, so I don't think he likes anything too flashy. Okay, then anything flashy or with many exposures is out. Besides, it might be good to bring out a cheerful feel that'll also match Asuka-chan. I'll help pick out the outfits if you like. But what do you think? Then, please. But I only brought a little money, so I don't have a very big budget for spending. That's all right. I won't try to rip off high school students. After saying that, Nen then turned her attention to Yui. What about you, Yui-chan? You're more than welcome to try on any clothes, you know? It's okay. I didn't plan to buy anything today, and Yuma isn't here either. What's the matter? Both of you. Well, Yui-chan's just so cute. Thank you for the meal. At any rate, Asuka began choosing her clothes. Since it's going to be hot from now on, let's take that into account when choosing your clothes. Asuka-chan, are there any clothes that are a no-go for you? I don't really like clothes that show off my body line too much. Since my breasts aren't very big. I think you're average for a high school student though. You have a slim figure as well. I don't really know how to react when you put it like that, miss. Asuka let out a strained laugh while staring at Nen's chest. Asuka's chest wasn't small either, but the difference in fighting power was clear when compared to Nen's. Comparing her own chest with Nen's, Asuka somehow became lost in thought. Suizaki-san, just call me Nen-san, okay? Then, Nen-san, how do you make your breasts bigger? At this question, Nen laughed while lowering her voice. Dear customer, does your boyfriend like big breasts? I don't really know anything about that area, but I think guys generally prefer bigger ones. So, are there any secrets to making them bigger? Let's see. It's basic. but make sure to eat properly and get enough sleep. Don't try extreme diets and improve your posture often. Also, there's the way to choose and wear underwear, and massage techniques. Massages. How do you do it? It's hard to explain with words. Can I touch you a little bit? Ah, sure, go ahead. Let me see. You go like this here. Eek. It's quite ticklish when someone else does it. Hee, bear with me a little. But wow, this firmness and elasticity. This is from a high school girl on active duty. Wait, Nen-san, your touch is starting to feel a bit suggestive. Nen and Asuka playfully squeal and frolic around while Yui, on the other hand, is blushing and flustered. Not knowing what to do in this situation, she turned her eyes in every direction. Quietly, Yui places her hand on her own chest. Although Yui is small in stature, she is clearly smaller than Asuka. In fact, before meeting in person, Yuma had talked to Yui without realizing she was a woman, and they even had discussions on this topic. Yuma said he likes the big ones. Asuka and Nen noticed Yui was feeling a little down. Then, the two of them grinned suggestively and Asuka beckoned her to come over lightly. Yui-chan, shouldn't you ask him about it too? No, it's fine for me. I'm not interested in that kind of thing with Yuma. Immediately after, Nen made a teasing face. Asuka-chan never mentioned anything about Yuma, did she? Sorry, but it's not news anymore. I already knew that Yui likes Yuma. I mean, everyone in the class probably thinks you two are already dating. Yeah, I think they'd be surprised if I told them you both aren't dating yet. Yui froze for a moment, then started to panic. What? I am just friends with Yuma. I don't want that kind of relationship with him. Well, don't be shy now. We're your friends, right? That's right. I'm rooting for you too. Like I said, it's really different. I just told Yuma that we'll always be friends from now on. Asuka and Nen's voices overlapped. They looked at each other as if to confirm that they hadn't misheard what they just heard, and then looked back at Yui. Sensing a somewhat uneasy atmosphere, Yui seemed to want to escape, but Asuka and Nen approached her vigorously. Wait. What does that mean, Yui-chan? What do you mean by just friends? Like I said, I just told Yuma that we'll always be friends from now on. No. Why would you say that if you like him? Why would you go out of your way to say that? But wait, it's not a good idea to stand here and talk because we don't know who might be listening. Let's go a little further back. But, Nen-san, what about the store? You can leave that to the other kids. Come on. Let's go. And with that, Yui was led by the two of them to the back of the store section. Yui was pulled by Nen and brought all the way to the storage room. The three of them sat around a small table. So will you talk to me? Did something happen with Yui-kun? No. It's not that. I just want us to stay friends because I don't want anything to happen. What do you mean you don't want anything to happen? You like Suizaki-kun, don't you? That's why. I don't want to risk getting rejected or breaking up and making things awkward. Asuka let out a deeply exasperated sigh, while Nen narrowed her eyes slightly. No. That's crazy. How can you give up on being together just because of that? Something like that. Asuka-chan, stop. I understand how she feels, so just give her a little time. Although it seemed like there was more she wanted to say, Asuka stopped speaking. Nen then took a small breath and smiled at Yui, who was looking anxious. Well, I roughly know about the circumstances between you two, so I can understand Yui-chan's feelings at least a little. Yui-kun is really important to you, isn't he, Yui-chan? He's the first person you've been able to call a best friend, someone who has been a catalyst for change in your life, and someone you love as a man. That's why you're scared of changing your current relationship with him. Yes. Sorry, but is there something going on between Yui-chan and Suizaki-kun? Asuka, sensing that there might be some circumstances she wasn't aware of, asked hesitantly. Yui-chan, if you want, I can explain. Is it okay to talk about it? After a moment of hesitation, Yui nodded. And then, Nen briefly explained to Asuka that Yui used to be a shut-in and had been working hard to overcome her complexes and social anxiety since meeting Yuma. I'm sorry, I might have said something insensitive without realizing it. No. It's okay. I'm not bothered by it. Then just to confirm again. But Yui-chan said she wants to stay together with Yu-kun forever, so she said let's just stay as friends. Is that the understanding we should have? Upon hearing Nen's words, Yui nodded. Nen exhaled like she was expelling air from her lungs. I understand what you're thinking, Yui. But, is that really okay? Yui choked up in response to Nen's words that seemed to see through her mind. Nen continued speaking to Yui. Moreover, I know I'm being harsh, but wanting to stay friends with Yu-kun forever just because you don't want to change anything is a bad move if you ask me. On the contrary, however, did you think you can always stay at this distance? To begin with, you're in the same class now, but when you advance, you may be in different classes. If you go to a higher institution, you'll probably go to different schools, and if you get a job, you might have to move houses. Even so, can you stay like this forever? It's natural that as the physical distance between us increases, our sense of distance from each other will also increase. It may sound harsh, but friends are just that level of connection. But that's until we actually meet, and though it's only in the game, we're still friends. Besides, there's also a possibility of Yu-kun falling in love with another girl. It was probably something that Yui never dreamed of. Her body stiffened the moment she heard those words. Knowing the feelings of the two people, Nen purposely continued. Isn't it a normal story? High school is the time in life when you're most likely to encounter new people, and all in all, I think Yu-kun is a pretty good catch. He might even fall head over heels for a cute girl who confesses to him. Saying that, Nen stared straight into Yui's eyes. If that happens, do you think you can continue this current relationship? Would you still be able to smile while watching him walk to school every day with someone else, play every day with someone else, or hold hands every day with someone else? No. Yui imagined it. Yuma becoming close with another girl, gradually becoming indifferent to her, not holding hands with her anymore, not stroking her head anymore, and eventually seeing her as a nuisance. No. Such a thing. I don't want that. Just imagining it made her chest feel tight, and she felt like crying. Asuka, watching Yui in such pain, slowly opened her mouth. I've also said this before, but I was really stupid back in middle school. I was scared. If I became a high school student, I'll be separated from Nigo-kun. It might end before it even began. That's why I worked really hard. I worked harder than I ever have before. Thanks to that, I can still be with Nigo-kun every day like this. If Yui-chan really wants to be with Suizaki-kun forever, then you have to work hard to change it. Change it? As Yui asked with a teary face, Asuka replied with a smile. That's right. Make Suizaki-kun fall so madly in love with you to the point he can't live without you. By the way, I'm already planning to do that. I'm going to completely capture Nigo-kun's heart during our 3 years of high school. Upon hearing these words, Nen let out a small chuckle. Yep, it may sound contradictory, but if you don't want things to change, they have to change. It's okay to run away from things you don't like or are afraid of, but running away from things you love is not okay. You will definitely regret it. A little after hearing the words of the two, Yui closed her eyes. Honestly, what they were saying seemed dazzling to her. She couldn't be that positive, and she certainly didn't have the confidence, much less to make Yuma fall head over heels for her, even if they told her to. But thanks to them, she felt like she could face her own feelings. I like Yuma. I like him so much. He's so precious to me. I don't want to give him to anyone else. I want to be with him forever and forever. I want to be Yuma's #1 person. If this means I have to change, then Yui wiped away the tears that had gathered in her eyes with her sleeve. When Nen looked at Yui, who had lifted her face, she chuckled. I'm sorry for saying those mean things. It's okay. Thank you very much. So, what are you going to do, Yui-chan? Asuka's question made Yui blush. It was very embarrassing to put it into words, but I like Yuma. I want to be with him forever and ever. She took a deep breath and then said, that's why. I want to be Yuma's girlfriend. I want to be with him. This time, she said it properly. Afterwards, the three of them discussed their future plans and went home. Yui's mother was home today. I'm home. Welcome home. Your face is all red. Are you okay? Do you have a fever? I am fine. It's nothing. Yui hurriedly ran to her room and flopped down onto her bed. As she buried her face in her pillow, she felt an itchy, embarrassing feeling welling up inside her. She couldn't sit still and started kicking her legs back and forth. I love Yuma, she whispered. Even saying such a thing made her heart race and her embarrassment reached its limit, causing her to writhe on the bed for a while. Thinking about Yuma made her chest feel tight, but it was a bittersweet feeling of happiness. If just having these feelings for Yuma was making me feel this way, what would happen if we became a couple? Yes, she wanted to be Yuma's girlfriend. She would do her best to make it happen. But it's still not possible. While thinking back on everything that has happened so far, Yui muttered to herself in her mind. Yuma, I think he sees me as a little sister. When it comes to confessing your feelings, it is basically a one-shot game. You have to make sure to succeed. However, Yui was almost certain that Yuma viewed her as a younger sister. Unfortunately, that was how Yui saw it. Yui was happy to be doted on as a little sister. However, if she wanted to become Yuma's girlfriend, it wouldn't be enough. She had to make him aware of him as a girl. From now on, I have to work hard to get Yuma to see me as a girl. She slowly sat up and took out a book from her bag. The title was Miss Mercury's Complete Love Strategy Manual. Read this and completely conquer your crush. On her way back home from Nen's building, she happened to come across this book and bought it. Although it seemed a bit sketchy, she was in the mood to cling to something like this. After all, until recently, she had no opportunities to talk to her boys her age. The only knowledge she had was from anime and manga. She didn't know how to get Yuma to be aware of her. There was also the option of getting advice from Nen and Asuka, but honestly, talking about these things was too embarrassing for Yui. She wanted to make it a last resort if possible. So, she thought she would study with this book, but after skimming through it lightly, Yui admitted defeat. Such a thing. This is impossible. She buried her face in the pillow again and wriggled round. Just imagining herself trying to put the content of the book into practice with Yuma made her feel so embarrassed. They had held hands and played together before, but that was because Yui loved Yuma so much and did those things just to be slightly closer to him. However, when it came to making Yuma conscious of her, that was a whole different story. As someone who was generally shy and withdrawn, the hurdle for Yui sprung up. However, besides, there's also a possibility of Yui-kun falling in love with another girl. Suddenly, the words that Nen had said to her came to mind. I don't want to give him to anyone. Muttering to herself, she sat up and began to read the book timidly. She skimmed through the pages and found something that seemed easy to do, then immediately put it into action. She left her room and went downstairs. Her mother was in the kitchen, in the middle with housework. Mum, what's up? Well, that hair mist you use, Mum. Can I try using it too? Her mother's eyes widened at Yui's words. Then she smiled happily. Sure. You can use as much as you want. Chapter 6. Bento and bravely taking a step. Monday morning. As per usual, Yuma went over to Yui's house to pick her up. However, his footsteps were a little bit heavy today. From now on, will you continue to be my friend forever? Yui's words from before just never left his head. Well, it's not a big deal, right? Yui's an important friend and somewhat like a little sister to me. If she wants to remain friends with me, then. Although he was thinking positively in his mind, his heart didn't seem to follow the train of thought. Despite not having confessed or being rejected by her, in any case, he was slightly depressed. Well, just because that happened, he had no intention of changing his attitude towards Yui. He wanted to continue being best friends with her as they have been until now. Like that, he arrived in front of Yui's house. As usual, he rang the doorbell, and suddenly Yui peeked out of the door. But, Yui was bashfully half hiding her face at the door, watching Yuma from within. Good morning. Good morning. Is something wrong? No. It's nothing. Yui said that and approached Yuma with her face down. There was a faint, sweet, Floral scent, different from usual. Are you wearing perfume? It's a hair mist. I've been trying it out. How is it? Yui said that and took her own hair in her hand, bringing it closer to Yuma. The natural sweetness of Yui's scent mixed with the flowery scent of the hair mist crafted a wonderful fragrance. Yeah, it's nice, isn't it? Thank you. Yui loosened her expression, looking slightly embarrassed. Then, let's go to school. Alright. Like that, the two began walking side by side. However, Yuma could feel his heart pounding the entire time. Honestly, he had never been a fan of scents like perfume, and he didn't really understand why women liked to wear them so much. However, as they walked together, he noticed a pleasant scent emanating from Yui from time to time. Without meaning to, he slowly became more and more aware of Yui's presence. And as he became aware, he found himself being drawn to Yui more than usual. Hey, Yuma. Timidly, Yui called out to him. Yeah? What is it? I want to hold hands. Once again, he felt his heart leap at her words. They had held hands before, but looking back, he realized it was always either him who initiated it, or they did it as part of the moment. No, it's not a no, but did something happen? I mean, it's unusual for you to put on a hair mist in addition to wanting to hold hands with me. That's a secret. What do you mean it's a secret? It was like she was indirectly saying that something had happened. Until now, there have been times when Yui would depend on him, but that was generally based on the feel of her being attached. This time, something felt different. When he extended his hand towards Yui, she gently took a hold of it and interlocked their fingers together. A lover's hold. This caused his already pounding heart to pound even harder. Yui has always been comfortable with being physical. At any rate, with them even having slept together in the same bed on one occasion. Honestly, he had to put up with all sorts of things at that time. Compared to that, holding hands seemed like nothing, and yet, he felt even more nervous than he had back then. Moreover, it was obvious that Yui was blushing. Her ears were bright red the entire time, but even then, she didn't try to let go of his hand. He could have thought this girl likes me, but he had been told just a few days ago to just stay as friends, and more than that, he himself was too embarrassed to think properly. He was just happy to feel Yui's small, soft hand. Without pause, the two of them walked slowly towards the station, hand in hand. And so, although the morning started off like that, once they arrived at school, nothing really happened for a while. Once more people started to arrive, he let go of Yui's hand, feeling too embarrassed to speak properly for a while. In addition, something else that was different from usual was that during break time, Yui was chatting with Asuka the whole time. Normally, after class ends, Yuma would wait for her to talk about topics like games or anime, but today, she immediately took out her smartphone and started chatting with Asuka the whole time. By the way, he knew it was Asuka she was chatting with because occasionally, they would make eye contact while tinkering with their smartphones from their different locations. He was happy that Yui had a more close friends, but honestly, he felt a little lonely. While they were in the middle of all of this, it became lunchtime. Normally, the four of them, Yuma, Yui, Nigo, and Asuka, would eat together with their desks pushed together, but things were a little different this time. Hey, how about we eat lunch on the rooftop today? The rooftop? Now that you mention it, during lunch break we're allowed to come and go up there as we please. Asuka remembered the explanation she had received during the school tour. In middle school, the rooftop was off limits, but at this school, it was officially designated as a dining area and was open to students during lunch breaks. Vending machines and benches were also available there, making it quite popular, but Asuka had never used it before. Yeah, the weather's nice and warm today, so I thought I'd like to try going up there at least once. What do you think? I'm fine with it. But what about Yui and Nigo? I'm okay with it. Yeah, me too. All right then, you guys go ahead. I'll go buy some bread from the school store, said Yuma. But as he tried to leave, Yui stopped him by tugging on his sleeve. What's up? Well, Yui looked around nervously, her eyes wandering. Yui? Well, here, take this. Yui pulled out a lunchbox from her bag, which was bigger than the one she usually used, and handed it over to Yuma. Why Yuma's portion, huh? Why Yuma? You always have bread. So, I made this for you. If you like, please take it. Yuma blinked in surprise and accepted the lunchbox that was handed to him. You always take care of me, so as a thank you, ! That's why, I'd be happy if you could eat it. Then, thanks. Thank you for the meal. The girl he liked made him a lunchbox. Embarrassment and happiness swirled within, causing Yuma to become stiff. As they faced each other, their faces turned bright red and they froze. He felt like he could see Asuka smiling complacently in the corner of his vision. By the way, Nigo and I have some errands to run, so could you guys go ahead without us? Huh? Asuka, I don't have any. Never mind that. Come on, hurry up and go. Suizaki-kun, Yui-chan, if you don't go soon, you might not be able to find a place to sit. Pushed by Asuka, they headed towards the rooftop. Thank you for the bento. Why yes. As they walked down the hallway, the two of them could barely say anything. They were way too embarrassed to know what to talk about. Yui made him lunch, and on top of that, they were heading to a rooftop that they don't usually use. He felt like he was losing ground here. He climbed the stairs while feeling the weight of the lunchbox in his hands. When he opened the door to the rooftop, a pleasant breeze blew upon him. Moreover, the sun was shining nicely, making it warm and cozy. As it was his first time there, he observed the surroundings for a bit, but soon enough other students started to appear. Some students even brought leisure sheets, creating a slight picnic-like atmosphere. However, there are a lot of couples here. Glancing around, the proportion of men and women who seemed like couples was quite high. There were even couples who were feeding each other openly. Is this place like a spot made specifically for couples or something? Feeling out of place, he became a little uncomfortable, but then he suddenly thought, are we also being seen as a couple by those around us? He and Yui arrived together, and she had made him a bento to share. Thinking about that, his face flushed red. He glanced at Yui and realized that she might have been thinking something similar because she also blushed and looked down. Seeing her like that made him even more embarrassed. Yui? What? Let's buy some drinks from that vending machine over there and find a place to sit. Why yes. Okay. The vending machines were lined with paper cartons of juices, the kind you don't often see outside of school. They bought something suitable and sat down on an empty bench in front of the fence. Rather than just waiting for Nigo and Asuka, should we eat first? He unwrapped the bento box with Yui staring at him nervously, and honestly, it made it slightly hard for him to proceed. Opening it, he saw a hamburger bento. There were 2 small hamburgers on a bed of seasoned rice, with glazed carrots and broccoli on the side. It was the same menu as when they had a sleepover before. Well, you said it was delicious when we had a sleepover before. Right. Then, thank you for the meal. Without delay, he used his chopsticks to split the hamburger into 2 and popped it into his mouth. Since they were cold, they didn't overflow with meat juice like when they had them freshly made before. However, the cooking method seemed to have been changed for the bento, and the sauce flavor was well soaked into the meat. It was a different kind of deliciousness from before. How? Is it? It's incredibly delicious. I'm not just saying that to be nice either. I see. That's good to hear. Finally, at ease, Yui let out a sigh of relief. She then also began to eat her bento. Yuma, if it's okay with you, can I keep making your bento box from now on? No, that's really not necessary. It must be difficult to make, and there's also the cost of ingredients. No, making it is not a problem. I always make my own lunch, so whether it's 1 serving or 2 servings, I essentially put the same amount of effort. And, my parents said it's okay for the ingredient costs too. So, as a way of thanking you for everything, I'd be happy if you let me make them. Come to think of it, Yui was the type of person who was always concerned about showing her gratitude. Actually, he was happy and grateful that she was making his bento box. If it makes Yui happy, then it's fine. He couldn't help but think that way. Okay, then please continue making them from now on. Really? Thank you. It's not right for the person making the lunch to be the one thanking me. Oh, but let me pay you for it. I was originally getting money from my sister for my lunch anyway. Saying that, he handed over the lunch money as if pushing it onto her. It's really okay. And besides, this is probably a little more than the cost of the ingredients. Just think of the extra as payment for your effort and as a token of my gratitude. Yui stared at the small change that had been handed to her and nervously looked at him. Then, should we save this money together, huh? I can tell my parents about it. Moreover, we can also save the extra money we get after taking out the cost of ingredients and use it to go have fun together. Well, if that's what you want, I won't object. But where do you want to go? Another internet cafe? An internet cafe is fine, but I want to take you somewhere you like. As long as I'm with Yuma, I'm sure we'll have fun no matter where we go. All right. Then I'll think of something. Amen. Then, Yui suddenly seemed embarrassed and lowered her head. What's wrong? Yui looked at Yuma with upturned eyes, stuttering as she spoke, and then, Yuma, I'm looking forward to our date, okay? At this surprise attack, his heart started racing again. Yui seemed to have reached her limit of embarrassment, and she turned her gaze to her own bento, silently beginning to eat at her own pace. While continuing to eat his own lunch, his thoughts were completely focused on Yui. Yui had specifically used the term date to describe us going out together. Her behavior made it seem like she was trying her hardest to get my attention. If she kept doing things like that, my feelings of just wanting to just be friends will begin to waver. Yuma, it's embarrassing to be watched while eating. He had been staring at Yui motionlessly without realizing it. Flustered, Yuma quickly looks away. No, I'm just wondering what the juice you're drinking tastes like since I don't see it very often. Tea then. Yui timidly lifted the juice and pointed the straw towards him. Would you like to try a sip, huh? Yuma froze at her unexpected proposal. No. That's, isn't it an issue? I don't mind, you know. Did you not like this kind of thing, Yuma? No. It's not that I don't like it. Well, sharing drinks like this might be something close friends do. Yui and I were already close, so maybe she just didn't mind. He tried to think like that, but it just didn't work. After all, even though she said she didn't mind, Yui's face was beet red. She was clearly embarrassed, yet she still held out the juice with her arms trembling. Her eyes were fixated on him. No, well, I'm not that thirsty right now. Is that so? Yui withdrew the juice with a relieved yet somewhat disappointed expression. Although he felt like he had done something incredibly wasteful, Yuma observed Yui's behavior once again. Yui's behavior today was definitely different. It was not just the fact that she didn't understand the distance between men and women like before. Clearly, Yui was intentionally trying to close in the distance between them. Yuma didn't know what Yui was intending. However, it was certain that the feeling of it's fine to just be friends was trembling further and further. Being with Yui was a source of happiness. He cherished her to the point that it was painful. He wanted to embrace her. He wanted her to be his lover. Such feelings continued to grow and grow. Hey, Yui. You see, and that was when it happened. On both Yuma and Yui's smartphones rang almost simultaneously. Yuma's head cooled down as his speech was hindered. In order to cover it up, he coughed and took out his smartphone. It was a notification about the update for the online game Grand Gate. Is it the update information? Now that you mention it, they did say there would be a major update. One of the joys of online gaming is the regular updates that are made. Especially with major updates, the environment can change significantly, so the two gamers quickly began to look through the contents of the update. Yuma, there's a balance adjustment to the earth element magic. Nice. Making golems was interesting, but I didn't use them much because I'm not that dexterous, so I'm happy about this. In addition, there are new skills and overall adjustments. Is there anything that looks interesting to you? Well, it's not that exciting, but I'm happy that Regen has been added to the Rain of Blessings. Sometimes, as a tank, there's no time to heal. Oh, look at this new skill. It looks interesting. As the two talked about their thoughts on the upcoming update, they read through the contents of the message. The other day, It was fun to hang out with everyone, including Asuka and Nago, but it was also enjoyable to talk to advanced players like this. Overall, there are a lot of good adjustments. Yeah, the management of this game really understands. Huh? Yui, who was scrolling through the screen happily, suddenly froze. He wondered what happened, but he quickly realized why. New system about marriage. As she continued to scroll through the screen, those words caught her eye. Apparently, it will be possible for friendly players to marry each other. If you get married, you can live in the same house and exchange money and items more easily. You can also have children together and take them on adventures as NPCs. This kind of system is not uncommon in other online games. It's not that rare. But marriage with Yui, it's just a game. And it's clear from the description that getting married will make things more convenient. It would have been the right thing to do to casually say, "Shall we get married then?" But even then, he couldn't do it. He became self-conscious and couldn't speak up. And as time passed, it became increasingly difficult for him to speak up. Then Yui tugged on Yuma's clothes. "Hey, Yuma." "Yeah? About getting. Yui was trying to say something. No, it was clear what she wanted to say, but as a man, he felt it was pathetic to let her say it first. About getting married?" Yui's shoulders jumped at his words. Her already red face grew even redder. Well, I mean, it seems like that would be more convenient from what we've seen, right? "Why yeah. So, should we get married?" She looked happy, and at the same time, she bashfully looked at him with upturned eyes, making his heart skip a beat. Even though he knew it was just a game, his heart was pounding. After that, they both shifted their gaze back to their smartphones. They were both embarrassed and couldn't meet each other's eyes properly. There are going to be quests related to getting married now that it's been implemented. "Why yeah, that sounds like fun." Yui scrolled through her phone's screen to hide her embarrassment, but her expression gradually became serious. The face of a serious gamer. "Hey, Yuma, isn't this quest really attractive?" "You're right. The rewards from these monsters are no joke. This looks like one we should go all out on. The update is set to finish on Saturday afternoon. And we'll both be off school. We can play a lot then." "That's true." Then, it seemed like Yui had an idea and she eagerly pulled Yuma's clothes. "Hey, Yuma, do you want to go to the internet cafe together again?" During spring break, they had been going to the internet cafe together almost every day, but they haven't gone since school started. Yuma really wanted to go. But, "Sorry, honestly, I can't afford it." Unfortunately, his finances as a first-year high school student were limited. He had already spent most of his New Year's money. "Oh, sorry. Thanks for helping me overcome my communication issues." "Don't apologize. I had fun too." Thanks to that, Yuma had become good friends with Yui, and he had no regrets. However, it seemed like he couldn't spend money recklessly for a while. Now, would they continue to play together online at home as before? Of course, that would be fun too. However, since they started playing together in person, it felt lonely not having Yui next to him. Yui seemed to feel the same way, and she was lost in thought. Then, she seemed to have an idea and she nodded slightly, looking somewhat embarrassed. "Hey, Yuma, well, would it be okay if I stayed over at your house?" "Huh?" At first, Yuma didn't understand what Yui was saying, and then, when he realized what she meant, his already pounding heart began racing even faster. Yui also became flustered with her own words. You know, back in middle school, how you used to stay up late together for events like this, right? So how about this time? We have a sleepover." "Why yeah." He wondered if it was appropriate for a girl to come over to a boy's house for a sleepover. Well, he had stayed over at Yui's house once before, so it wasn't like it was anything new, but he couldn't help but feel conscious about it. "Well, it's not like we're doing anything more than just hanging out as friends, right?" He repeated such an excuse to himself in his head multiple times. He knew the right thing to do here was to decline, but there was a part of him that was expecting something. However, it wouldn't be possible to keep it a secret from their parents this time. A girl sleeping over at a boy's house was still considered inappropriate, but he also really wanted Yui to come over. "So, how about Saturday? if we can get permission from both our parents. Yeah, sure. In the end, they settled on that plan. Section. And then, during dinner that day, Yumi was waiting for the right moment to bring up the topic of Yui's overnight stay. He had to get Nen's approval for Yui to stay over, but he felt apprehensive about it. After all, Nen knew that he had feelings for Yui. How would she tease him about it? Sis, can I talk to you for a second? Nen had just finished eating when he brought up the topic. What's up? So, my friend wants to stay over this Saturday. It's just for hanging out. Really? We're planning to play a new update for our online game. Your friend, Yui-chan? Yeah, well, it's just as friends, you know? We're not doing anything weird. Yuma had braced himself for teasing, but Nen seemed to freeze instead. She put a hand to her forehead and muttered something to herself as she thought. I might have pushed her a little, but an overnight stay is a bit much. I underestimated Yui-chan's initiative. An overnight stay, between high school boys and girls. Something is bound to happen, but Yui-chan seems to be doing her best. Sis? Hello? Yuma's voice brought Nen back to reality. She had been lost in thought for quite a while. She took a deep breath and lifted her head. Wait a moment. With that, Nen got up and went to her own room. Hello? This is Nen. Yes, about that matter. Yes, please make sure to. Yes. Is she making a phone call? I can hear another voice in the distance. After a little while, Nen came back. Okay, I understand. It's fine for Yui to stay over. Huh? I thought she'd tease me more than that. He was prepared for Nen to make fun of him, but it went smoother than expected. What's wrong? No. I just thought you were going to tease me about this. To be honest, I definitely want to, but I won't go that far. Certainly, Yui coming to the house makes him nervous, but if he were to say it out loud, it's just a friend coming over. Why is she making such a serious face over something like this? I gave you permission to have a sleepover. But don't forget that it's just a sleepover between friends. Don't do anything weird, okay? I know that. When it's time to sleep, Yui will sleep in my room. It's out of the question for you to sleep together. Got it? I understand, so stop worrying. And just in case, I prepared this. If things take a strange turn, be sure to use it, okay? With that, Nen handed him a small box. What is this? Yuma looked at the box he was given. There was something written on it like 0.01 millimeters. What are you thinking, sis? Just take it already. I'm serious, you know? It would be tough if you got a baby while you're still a student, right? Why are you so worried, sis? I'm telling you, it's not like that with Yui. She's just coming over to hang out. Yuma, although he usually goes by Yu-gun, he was called Yuma this time. She looked at him seriously in the eye. No overnight stays until you take it. But, just take it. Fine. If only she had teased him instead, it would have been 100 times better than this. Section. After returning to his room, Yuma threw the box he received from Nen into the trash and collapsed on his bed. Stupid sister. Yui was his precious childhood friend and little sister figure before she was the opposite sex. He tried not to think about it, but Nen made him weirdly conscious of it. I wonder if people think we're in that kind of relationship, a high school boy having a girl stay over at his house. Maybe it's inevitable that people would think that. Unable to stay still, he buried his face in the pillow and pounded the bed with his fist. He felt like he wanted to scream, and then, his phone made a notification sound, Pecon, and he saw it was from Yui. I got my parents' approval. The message read. Along with the message was a cute anime character stamp that said hooray. He felt a strange sense of guilt at Yui's innocent behavior, as if she hadn't been considering such things at all. He paced around for a while before taking a deep breath and replying to the message. I got permission to. I'm looking forward to it, Yui replied, sending a stamp that said can't wait. He put his phone down and buried his face in the pillow again. He didn't want to think of Yui in that way, as an object of desire. He wanted to cherish her. However, to say that I don't have those kinds of feelings towards Yui would be a lie. In fact, even now, I'm aware of those feelings. He slowly stood up and glanced at the trash can. He aimlessly wandered around the room, then bent down in front of the trash can. Just in case, as a precaution, He retrieved the box that he had just thrown into the trash bin and kept it deep in the back of the drawer. Chapter 7 Marriage and Overnight Stay. The Promised Saturday. Yui was taking a shower in the morning. What should I do? My heart's pounding and it won't calm down! Exclamation mark. After the shower, she would be heading over to stay at Yuma's house for the night. Plus, she was going to get married, albeit as an in-game marriage. For someone like Yui who had spent much of her time at home or in the hospital since she was a child, the character she used in the game, Schwarz, was almost like her alter ego. Shortly after thinking that Schwarz would get married, she slowly became more aware of the situation, making her heart unable to stop pounding. Marriage. Huh. It wasn't that she lacked a yearning for such a thing, but it was more of her thinking that it was something out of her reach. However, becoming Yuma's wife, she imagined such a scenario for a short moment. Living together in the same house, cooking together as they did the other night, and sleeping together while they were tightly hugging. Also, kissing together! Exclamation mark. She placed her hands against her cheeks, which was embarrassingly hot, and shook her head. The last time Yuma came to sleep over, she still wasn't aware of him as part of the opposite sex. It was the first time she had a best friend, and she was so happy that her friend came over to her house that she was ecstatic. Looking back now, she supposed she might have done something fairly audacious at the time. However, this time, she was completely aware that she was going to stay over at the house of the boy that she loved. While there was still quite a bit of time until she had to leave for Yuma's house, she remained restless and nervous till the final moment. Moreover, since she was getting married in the game, she slightly hoped that this would act as an opportunity to progress her and Yuma's relationship further. That's why it's different. She didn't know who she was making these excuses to, but she kept repeating such thoughts in her mind. As anticipated, it didn't take long for her to begin feeling dizzy, causing her to abbreviate her shower. Despite telling herself over and over again that it was significantly different than it happening in real life, she took twice as much time as she usually did when washing her hair and brushing her skin. After returning to her room following her bath, she followed the skincare routine that Nent taught her before, and as she did so, she began to feel somewhat anxious about the clothes she had so agonizingly chosen last night. She pulled out some fashionable clothes from the closet and started a fashion show in front of the mirror. After finally deciding on an outfit, Yui sat down on the bed. However, she still couldn't seem to calm down. She went over to the bookshelf to read a suitable manga, but after just a few pages, she returned it back to the shelf. Falling in love is exhausting. Previously, she was able to play with Yuma very freely. Before she fell in love with Yuma, she felt relaxed when she was together with him. It was a soothing feeling, like that of a child being innocently spoiled. Despite this, now whenever she thought of Yuma, her heart would go thump, thump. However, it was so much fun, more fun than even seeking strong enemies to fight in the game. Will he praise me for dressing up? Will he say that I'm cute? Just imagining such things made her cheeks relax. She never knew dressing up could be so much fun. No, she never thought it would be so much fun to dress up for someone she loved. As she was thinking so, a thought suddenly came to her mind. Sitting down in front of her personal computer, she booted up the game. Her partner of many years, Schwarz, appeared on her screen. A holy knight with a bulky suit of armor, a sturdy shield, and a double-edged sword at the ready. She kind of liked the ruggedness because it had a certain romantic-esque feel to it, but there was not a single trace of cuteness to be found. "We're getting married, huh?" she muttered softly and opened the menu section. Yuma took a deep breath once again as he arrived at the front of Yui's house. Even though picking up Yui like this was a usual thing, he wondered why he was so nervous this time around, letting out a strained laugh as he rang the intercom. A few moments later, the door suddenly opened, with Yui peeking her head out. Good morning." "Good morning." Though it's already noon. Even though he said it like that, as soon as he saw Yui, Yuma started becoming a little flustered. It wasn't that Yui was dressed strangely or anything. He just had a feeling that Yui was more fashion conscious than usual. "She did her best for my sake," he thought to himself. Question mark. "Why your clothes? You look good in them." He said that awkwardly, causing Yui's cheeks to turn red in an instant. Even though she appeared embarrassed with her face turned downwards, her expression was a happy one. He, thanks. Alright. Then, let's go. Want me to carry your backpack? It looks heavy. No. It's okay. You don't have to hold back, you know? I don't have anything to carry anyway. It's not that, well, and my underwear is in there, so I'm a little embarrassed. Yui's words made him realize once again that she was really staying over at his house. Staying over meant, of course, sleeping and taking baths at his house. What am I even thinking? He shook his head immediately to clear away any impure thoughts. He was starting to worry about whether he was okay with this kind of thinking, even though they hadn't even arrived at his house yet. Pardon the intrusion, Yui said as she stepped into Yuma's house. Nen didn't have work today. Saturdays and Sundays were holidays for students, but for someone like Nen who owned a store, it was a good time to make a profit. Initially, Nen thought of taking a day off as Yui was coming for a sleepover, but Yuma stopped her, saying it wasn't a good idea. Yui changed into the slippers that were prepared at the entrance in advance and rearranged her shoes by squatting down at the edge. For some reason, even such a trivial action made his heart race. Just the fact that her behavior was a little different from usual drew his attention. Well, let's go to my room for now. Having said that, they both headed in the direction of his room, with Yui following behind him. The light creaking sound of the wooden floor was somewhat disturbing to hear. He opened the door to his room. Since Yuma spent some time a few days ago cleaning up his room, it had a good feeling of a boy's room being properly cleaned up. It was a Western-style room with a carpet and cushions on the wooden floor where you could sit. There was also a desktop computer for gaming on the study desk, and a bookshelf full of manga and light novels. As it was an apartment, Yuma's room was smaller compared to Yui's. However, that made Yui feel closer to Yuma. It smells like Yuma in here. Huh? Does it really smell like that? I like this scent. He felt his face heat up yet again at her words. Though there was nothing particularly bad that could be seen in his room, he was still nervous about it. It was then he suddenly felt the urge to hide the slightly suggestive manga that he had left on the bookshelf, thinking, Yui probably wouldn't wanna see this. I'll go grab some juice and snacks real quick. He made his way to the kitchen as if he were running away, and let out a whoosh of air. Would I really be able to keep up with this pace from beginning to end? He thought to himself. At any rate, he placed the snacks and juices on a tray and returned to his room. Upon returning to his room, he saw that the door was half open. He may have forgotten to close it properly when he went outside, probably due to nervousness. Unsure of why he was thinking to do so, he glanced through the crack in the door to observe Yui's actions. Sitting in front of the small table on the floor, Yui was shaking her shoulders restlessly and looking uneasy. Until now, he had been so preoccupied with himself that he didn't notice, but now he could see that Yui was also nervous. Perhaps it was because it was her first time in an unfamiliar place, or was it because she was slightly aware that she was in a room with someone of the opposite sex? Taking a deep breath once again, he went inside, pretending that he had just returned. Then, would you like to play the game right away? I brought my laptop. Can I use your cable to connect it to my laptop? Sure. As we're going to be here a while, feel free to make yourself at home. Since there was an opportunity, the two of them decided to sit side by side like how they did at the internet cafe, with Yuma taking another chair and placing his laptop right next to Yui's. The two sat down side by side, connected to the internet, setting the snacks and drinks in an easy-to-reach position and began playing their game. So, let's start with marriage. If that's okay with you? Why yes. Then, I'll be waiting for you in front of the church. Yes. For some reason, Yui was fidgeting. What's wrong? With a flushed face, Yui started typing on the keyboard. I'm right in front of you already. Huh? Upon seeing the words appear on the chat, he quickly looked around the screen. However, he couldn't see the usual figure of Schwarz, clad in heavy armor, but after a few seconds, he noticed a petite girl with white hair named Schwarz appearing on the screen. The girl blinked her light crimson eyes and stared up at Yuma in the game. Did you change your appearance? Well, Since we're getting married, I thought Yuma might be happier with a girl as his partner. So I tried changing my character. I see. What do you think? Is it cute? I put a lot of effort into creating this character. Yeah, I think it's cute. He couldn't help but feel flustered. The character was based on Yui herself, with a petite, slender body and white hair. It was well made, and the great wizard Yuma that Yuma was using was like a reflection of himself that he had been using for years. To think he was about to marry Schwarz, who was the splitting image of Yui, he couldn't help but feel nervous even though it was just in a game. But he didn't want to reveal his unease about such a trivial matter as a man, or rather, he didn't want to display his lack of composure. And yet, then, let's get married. With those few words, his poker face collapsed instantly. He felt so embarrassed. If Yui wasn't around, he would have rolled around on the floor out of embarrassment. However, Yui too had her face turned down, with her face dyed a shade of bright red. Fortunately or unfortunately, she was in no position to notice Yuma's state of mind. Why yeah, let's get married. He managed to squeeze out those words and the two of them entered the church together. Having said that, marriage in the game was very simple. Propose to your partner with a special item. If the other party gives his/her consent, a simple wedding event and a movie will be played in a church in the city, and then the process is over. It only takes a few minutes. Because it was like this, he was able to calm down somewhat. He tried to complete the event calmly without being too conscious of it. Will you vow to help each other and love each other forever, in times of pain and sickness, as well as in times of joy? The priest in the game continued with the wedding ceremony. I was nervous about getting married, but it's actually quite simple. Well, it's just a game, but even in real life, once you register your marriage at the city hall, it's done. It's kind of sad when you think about it. Yeah, I guess. But isn't it enough that these two are getting married? You're right. These two are now husband and wife. Yui smiled slightly as she said this. You know, I want to congratulate Schwarz. Congratulate? Yes. This person, after all, has been with me for many years and I am a bit attached to it. These two people met by chance and adventured together many times over, and then today, they're married like this. Such a thing. When you think about it, doesn't it feel somewhat romantic or mysterious? He understood that feeling a little. Yuma and Schwarz. It was because these two met by chance that Yuma and Yui have their current relationship, and today, Yuma and Schwarz got married. Thinking about it, he couldn't quite put it into words, but it made him feel light and fluffy. Yui smiled mischievously and lightly tapped the keyboard. Nice to meet you again, Yuma. Let's continue working well together. Those words were spoken as Schwarz. Upon hearing those words, Yuma also smiled and replied in the chat. Yeah, nice to meet you too, Schwarz. They conveyed their feelings and laughed together. It was a bit embarrassing, but the gentle and indulgent atmosphere made them happy. However, they could only indulge in that feeling for a short while. Whoa, what the heck? We're gonna die. Seriously, we're gonna die. What's with this dungeon? It's a parade of abnormal conditions. Sorry, I'm running out of items. Let's retreat for now. We'll go back and prepare again. The Glorious Isle. It was a limited-time quest commemorating the implementation of marriage. The quest was to go and fetch the legendary wedding dress that was enshrined in the innermost part of the dungeon. Dismissing it as just a commemorative quest, they casually attempted the highest difficulty level, only to find themselves facing an insanely difficult and savage quest. What the hell is this? It's insanely difficult. I mean, it's a commemorative quest for marriage, and it's filled with poison, diseases, paralysis, and all sorts of abnormal conditions. What were they thinking adding that to a wedding quest? Maybe it's like what the priest said, in times of hardship and illness. Maybe it's something like that. I had a feeling they were annoyingly thorough in confirming such a thing. The person who made this quest must have some unpleasant memories associated with marriage, for sure. Well, at least we need to prepare for some abnormal condition countermeasures then, right? Yeah. Wait a minute. Come to think of it, didn't Schwarz have resistance to abnormal conditions? Why are they affecting him currently? It seems like it bypasses that built-in resistance. It inflicts abnormal conditions regardless of your status. The person who made this quest definitely has some unpleasant memories associated with marriage. Despite their complaints, the two were somehow enjoying themselves. This kind of challenging battle was what they, as skilled players, hoped for. Even the usually reserved Yui seemed to be exhilarated as she raised her voice louder than usual. Indeed, these moments are the most enjoyable. Ever since becoming conscious of Yui, he had become somewhat awkward. However, he found that he felt the most enjoyment during these moments of immersing himself in the game. What made him happiest was that he could sense Yui enjoying herself and getting absorbed in the game as well. It felt incredibly pleasant to be able to share these enjoyable moments together. Yuma, do you have the seashell earrings? The one that lightens the effects of abnormalities? No, I don't have them. Then, I'll give you one since I have two. Bring it next time, okay? Thanks. In that case, can you send me a trade request? I'll accept it. Upon hearing that, Yui smiled mischievously. Since we're married, we can use the dedicated item box to exchange items, you know? It's more convenient that way, so let's do that. Oh, right. I forgot about that. He almost got flustered. Even though they were married, he still wasn't used to it, and it felt a little embarrassing. On the other hand, Yui didn't seem to mind at all. She was completely engrossed in the game, unaware of his feelings. Come to think of it, even when she was completely shy and reserved at first, she would talk normally when she was absorbed in the game. He remembered her enthusiastically chatting and then becoming embarrassed and shy once the game ended. It seemed like when she was deeply immersed in the game, those thoughts were blown away from her mind. However, seeing Yui so excited and happy made him feel happy as well. I've been too conscious of Yui lately, but today, I'll try to hold back as much as possible. Today, he simply wanted to enjoy playing with Yui as a best friend, or so he vaguely thought. Since they had gotten married, they decided to test out the systems that became available as a result. This item box looks plain, however, it's convenient. It's much easier than having to send trade requests all the time. Yeah, you're right. Oh, can I have this elf elixir? Sure. If it's something I have in my item box, you can take it without asking. Thanks. Well, then there's the house. Since we're at it, why don't we live in the same house? Let's sell our individual homes and buy a bigger one together. Yeah, that sounds good. So they sold their respective homes and built a larger house. Yuma and Yui were both experienced players in this game, so they ended up with a splendid mansion. Hee. What's up? It feels nice to think that I'll be living in the same house as Yuma from now on. Why yeah, you're right. The Yuma Yui referred to was merely the character in the game. But when she said it like that, he couldn't help but imagine himself living together with Yui in the future. Shaking off such fantasies, they proceeded to set up the interior of the house. We should definitely have a forge and a teleportation pad, but what else should we include? Well, a bed is a must, and since I'm a mage, I'd like to have various magic-related facilities as well. In Grand Gate, by placing down various furniture, you can get the same effects as the stores in the city, though the effects may be nothing much. The two of them were well aware of its convenience and immediately divided the tasks to redecorate the house. What's wrong? No, it's nothing. It was just the wild imagination of a boy going through the height of puberty. But when it came to placing a bed in his bedroom, he suddenly had a fantasy play out in his mind. In this spacious house, there was only one bed. In other words, his avatar, Yuma, and Yui's avatar, Schwarz, would be sleeping together, and since they were a married couple, naturally, he quickly dismissed that dangerous delusion. It wouldn't be appropriate to have such thoughts with Yui sitting right beside him. By the way, Yuma, want to have a baby? He almost burst out of confusion, but he kept control of himself. Along with marriage, the implementation of having children was also introduced. When married, they could gradually create a child who inherited some of their abilities. According to the game's setting, the child would then be delivered by a stork-like fairy. That was close. If he got too decomposed, it would have become awkward. Isn't it still too early? Raising a child seems to require a significant amount of money. Money is not a problem. I have plenty. So, Shall we create one? I want to. As she said that, she playfully poked Yuma's bicep as if coaxing him. Why, you seem unusually enthusiastic about this. Yes, I want to try raising our children. Upon hearing that, Yuma suddenly imagined Yui lovingly cradling their own child on her lap. In his mind, he saw a small child sitting on Yui's lap on a park bench, and she was tenderly holding the child in her arms. When the child noticed him, he happily waved his hand and called out, "Papa." "What am I thinking?" He forcefully cut off the rather cringe-worthy daydream. Perhaps he was unintentionally getting carried away with such thoughts about marriage, causing his mind to wander in strange directions. It was at this point that Yui noticed Yuma's behavior seemed strange. "What's wrong?" No. It's nothing. If you're fine with that, then let's create one. Let's do our best to raise them together." "Sure. In that case." Just as they were about to embark on the journey of creating a child, something unexpected happened. Just a little bit earlier, Yuma's older sister, Nensu Jizaki, gently opened the door to her home. Slipping her body inside through the gap, she carefully closed the door without making a sound. At the entrance, there were a pair of shoes smaller than Yuma's, faintly loosening Nen's expression. "I wonder if those two are getting along well? I should make sure not to disturb them." Although it was still during business hours, she had carelessly forgotten her smartphone at home and so had come back to retrieve it. However, she didn't want to interrupt their lovey-dovey moments. With light footsteps, she quietly walked down the hallway, trying not to be noticed. As she passed by Yuma's room, she faintly heard the voices of the two inside. I wonder what kind of conversation they're having. While she thought eavesdropping was wrong, she couldn't resist her curiosity and nosy nature. Teenage lovey-dovey conversations were Nen's favorite indulgence. Suppressing her breath, she cautiously listened, and then, "Do you want to have a child?" Nen pressed herself against the door of Yuma's room. "Isn't it still too early? Raising a child seems to require a considerable amount of money." "I have enough money." "I have plenty, so let's create one." "I want to." "You seem unusually enthusiastic." "I want to try raising our children." Huh? Wait. Huh? Why? "Well, I did give them certain things just to be safe, but when did things progress to that point? Isn't it too early for children? Are kids these days advancing that quickly?" Listening to the conversation coming from the room, Nen's eyes widened in shock. "What's wrong?" No. It's nothing. If you're fine with that, then let's create one. Let's do our best to raise them together." "Yeah, well then." Stop. Nen burst into the room. While she supports their relationship, as the older sister, she couldn't just let it slide. On the other hand, Yuma and Yui were startled to the point of jumping up when Nen suddenly shouted and barged in. "Oh, Oni-chan, I told you that's not allowed." Having children is something you do after getting married. If you really want to do that, then use proper contraception. "Wait, huh?" Nen blinked her eyes. The two sitting side by side in front of the computer did not give off that kind of vibe at all. Oh, and then, she understood by looking at the game screen. Hey, I apologize for intruding. Please continue." Nen, forced to smile, closed the door with a click, and left them alone. "What did just you do? Ani-chan!" Awkward. Extremely awkward. It was so awkward that he couldn't even look at Yui directly. Yui, on the other hand, was blushing so much and covering her face with both her hands out of embarrassment. It's alright, you know." Desperate to break the tension, Yuma raised his voice. "Ani-chan said something weird, but I don't feel that way. I mean, you're just a friend to me, like a little sister. I don't see you as a girl at all." Upon hearing that, Yui's expression momentarily turned sad, and she flinched. However, that sad look was only visible for a moment. Yui immediately put on her usual smile. "It's okay. I understand, but let's continue the game, okay? Right?" "Why, yeah." And so, they resumed the game. Although the awkwardness remained for a while, by the time an hour had passed, their atmosphere was back to its original pleasant one. At last, they found a way to clear the glorious island. Yuma reached out for a high five. Yui hesitated but eventually responded with a light slap. However, Yui's expression from earlier couldn't leave Yuma's mind. When he said he didn't see her as a girl, She looked sad. Does that mean Yui wants to be seen as a woman? Yuma couldn't help but entertain such convenient thoughts. Just then, Yui's phone rang. Ah, it's from Megyu-chan. From Asuka? Yeah. Megyu-chan and Nigo-kun are also playing Grand Gate right now. Saying that, Yui showed the screen of her smartphone. There was a screenshot of the two of them being overwhelmed by a horde of monsters, with a comment saying, "It's impossible like this." Are they playing on a low difficulty level? Even on such a low difficulty, there are so many enemies. Since we're playing on a higher difficulty, maybe I can give them some advice. During the break, Yui thought about what advice to give Asuka. While there was a sense of kindness, teaching various things to beginners was also a way for advanced players to enjoy the game. If you're playing on a low difficulty, I think you can manage if you use the Dragon Fireworks sold at the shop. Dragon Fireworks? What's that? It's an item that deals medium damage to a wide range of enemies. If you don't know, ask Nigo-kun. I think if you use it to support Nigo-kun, you won't be overwhelmed by the horde anymore. Got it. Thanks. Yui then advised Asuka on a strategy like that. It was heartwarming to see Yui happily exchanging messages with her other friends. And then, by the way, changing the topic, have you been getting along well with Suizaki-kun since then? The moment that message came, Yui quickly hid her smartphone from Yuma with great force. No. It's not like that. This is, the game. I told Megyu-chan that I'm going to play the game with Yuma, so it's about that. Anyway, shouldn't we finish our break soon? Let's continue, okay? Why yeah? Even though Yuma hadn't said anything, being spoken to rapidly like that caught him off guard. After that, they continued to play for several hours straight. I'm beat. Same here. He slumped his back against the chair. His eyes felt heavy. Despite the enjoyment, he might have pushed himself a little too hard. Yui was also all groggy after playing for so long. How about we call it a night? Hey Yuma, can I lie down on the bed? Yeah, sure. With a tired demeanor, Yui headed towards the bed and fell down on it with a plop. However, she quickly sat up. What's wrong? No. It's nothing. Yui said that and hesitantly laid down, looking somewhat shy. Yui was lying down on his bed. Even such a simple thing made his heart race, causing him trouble. Warm compresses can be good for tired eyes. I'll go make a hot towel. Saying that as an excuse, he left the room. Going to the kitchen and warming up the squeeze towel in the microwave. Applying warmth to tired eyes is effective, and if you put a warm towel on them for a while, it will provide some relief. It's a little gaming-related trivia. While the microwave was running, Yuma took a deep breath and tried to calm his feelings down somehow. When he returns to the room, Yui, the girl he likes, would be lying down on his bed. Thinking like that, he couldn't help but become strangely conscious of it. He didn't have any intention of attacking her or anything, but still, such a defenseless appearance was distracting. He wished Yui would have some awareness of being alone with a male high school student at his house. As he pondered such thoughts, the microwave made a ding sound and stopped. Confirming that the towel had warmed up nicely, he returned to the room. And there Yui was hugging the pillow and sleeping. She curled up on the bed, her face filled with a peaceful expression as she peacefully breathed in her sleep. Why is she hugging my pillow? He considered waking her up, but she looked so comfortable sleeping like that, so he decided to let her sleep for a while longer. After all, he intended to take a break anyway, so it should be fine to let her rest for a bit. Yama also sat down on the empty space of the bed and placed the hot towel over his eyes. A gentle warmth spread, gradually loosening the blood vessels in his eyes. It felt pleasant. While doing so, he stole a glance at Yui. The girl he likes was sleeping on his bed. If he reached out, he could easily touch her. Yui's body seemed delicate to the point of breaking if handled roughly, yet incredibly soft. He inadvertently thought in the corner of his mind, I want to touch her. In a panic, he averted his gaze. However, his heart wouldn't stop pounding. Yui, with a blissful sleeping face, tightly hugged Yama's pillow. Her sleeping face was truly defenseless, with an innocence that seemed to radiate just from her appearance. It was as if she was embracing her beloved person and finding solace, creating such an atmosphere. Watching her in that state, even though he hadn't done anything wrong, A sense of guilt inexplicably welled up within him. Although he had intended to let her sleep a little longer, he decided to wake her up. "Hey, Yui, wake up." He gently shook her by grabbing her shoulder, and Yui slowly opened her eyes with a soft expression. She looked up at Yuma. Did I fall asleep again?" "Yeah, you really like to sleep, huh?" "Sorry, it's not like I'm angry or anything. Maybe it's because I don't have much stamina. Whenever I stay up late or get tired, I feel sleepy really easily." Yui sat back up on the bed and let out a cute yawn. On the other hand, Yuma had a complex expression and hesitated for a moment before speaking. "It's not that sleeping itself is a problem, but you should be a bit more cautious." I'm a guy, and moreover, this is my room. What if something weird were to happen? I wouldn't do something like that in front of other people." And besides, Yuma, you wouldn't do anything weird, right?" Yui said that, her face showing a slightly sulky expression. "Yuma, you said you don't see me as a girl, right?" That." For a brief moment, silence hung between the two. "Sorry, I lied." "Huh?" I said I didn't see you as a girl, but I lied because I wanted to change the atmosphere somehow. The truth is, well, I'm also a guy, so if you're too defenseless, it's troublesome for me." Yui slumped onto the bed with a thud. Her face was hidden again as she buried it in the pillow, but she was probably feeling embarrassed. "I'm sorry. It's okay. I understand that boys are like that." And besides, she lifted her face slightly from the pillow and glanced at Yuma. "If it's you, Yuma, I wouldn't mind being seen that way, even a little." Yui said that much and buried her face in the pillow again, curling up into a ball. Yuma's face grew warm, and he couldn't bear to look at Yui, so he averted his gaze. "You really are like that, aren't you?" Chapter 8 Sweet Moments and Self-Control. "Come to think of it, what are we having for dinner tonight?" "If it's all right with you, Yuma, I could make something again." As the sky began to darken outside, Yui asked, "I remember Mayani-chan saying that she left some ingredients for curry in a container in the fridge for us to use." Curry. It feels a bit wasteful though." "Wasteful?" "It's just that, whether it's store-bought curry, for better or worse, it doesn't taste that different no matter who makes it, right? You're cooking it for us with such care, so it feels shameful in a way." Curry rice. It was a familiar menu even in Yuma's house, as it was delicious no matter how you made it and could be eaten over several meals. He liked it. He really did. However, for someone like Yui who was good at cooking, it feels a bit wasteful to just let her cook curry. As he spoke about that, Yui's cheeks ripened from embarrassment. "Well, your cooking is genuinely delicious. Even sometimes when I thought I might have put a bit too much in your bento, you always finish it cleanly. I'm forever grateful for your cooking. Don't worry about it. I'm happy that you're enjoying my cooking. If you would like, Yuma, I could make you 3 meals a day." At that point, Yui suddenly stopped. Her cheeks turned red, and she looked away. "What's wrong?" "It's nothing." Anyway, should we go to the kitchen for now? I want to see what's in the fridge." "Sure." Although something seemed to bother her, they headed to the kitchen together for now. They opened the fridge. It's hard to say that the contents are substantial. Frozen foods for the curry, to start. There are also eggs, seasonings, juice, and some alcohol for Nen's evening drink. "Is there anything missing or needed?" "If you want, we could go buy something from the nearby supermarket." "No, it's fine." Yui, while looking inside the fridge, had a serious expression as she pondered something. After a moment, she nodded slightly. "How about making a immerse with curry?" "Immerse?" "Yeah. Have you seen the kind with a fluffy omelette on top? When you make a cut, the egg spreads out smoothly." I think I've seen it on TV before. You put curry on top of the rice and eat it with that omelette?" "Yeah. That's the one." "That definitely sounds delicious." "Wait, can you make that kind of immerse at home?" "I always thought it was something you'd get at a restaurant." "Once you get the hang of it, it's easy, you know." "You're seriously good at cooking, huh?" I practiced because I wanted you to try it someday." While muttering "That's just like you," in his mind, they immediately started cooking together. Since it's best to make the omelette just before eating, they started with making the curry. They chopped the vegetables into bite-sized pieces and sautéed the meat in the frying pan. By the way, can you make curry without using curry roux, Yui? Well, I can, but using curry roux is cheaper and easier, so I don't do it often. That's quite practical. Mine is more like home cooking than restaurant style. Also, store-bought curry roux is surprisingly delicious for its price. No matter how you make it, it's tasty. Seems like the result of corporate effort, huh? Yeah, but I use store-bought curry roux and experiment with various ingredients like vegetable curry, seafood, and also trying out different secret flavors. When you say secret flavors, you mean things like coffee, apple, honey, right? That's right. Also, things like bananas, chocolate, or unusual ones like ginako, roasted soybean flour, candy. Ginako candy? You mean the ginako candy? Yeah, the one made from brown sugar. It took a while to melt, but it turned out quite tasty. While talking like that, they finished the preparations and added everything to the pot. After simmering for a while, they added more curry roux and stirred slowly. While Yuma was stirring the curry, Yui began working on the omelette. She poured the beaten eggs into the pan, deftly moving it, and quickly finished a fluffy omelette in no time. It was a completely different sight from her usual self. She placed the omelette on the rice on a plate and made a cut. Then, the semi-cooked, runny egg spread smoothly over the rice. Once the freshly made curry was poured on top, the immerse with runny egg and curry was complete. Wow! Yuma involuntarily let out a small cheer. The finished immerse looked so good that it could easily be served in a restaurant. Just at that moment, the sound of the front door opening came, and Nen's voice saying, "I'm home," could be heard. It was slightly earlier than her usual return time, but she probably came back early out of concern for them. For now, leaving the cooking aside, they headed to the entrance to greet her. "Welcome back." Sorry for intruding." "Hee, welcome. It's quite refreshing and nice to be greeted by Yui-chan like this," Nen said with a smile, then sniffed the air. "Nice aroma." "Were you making curry?" "Yeah. It just finished." "Do you want to eat right away?" "Yes. I'm really hungry." "Make sure you wash your hands and gargle, okay?" "Yeah." He and Yui returned to the living room first and started preparing for dinner. After a while, Nen joined them. "Huh. Did Yui-chan make this?" Nen's eyes widened as she looked at the immerse on the table. Come to think of it, he had never mentioned to Nen that Yui was good at cooking. Yui shyly lowered her face a bit. "Is it okay if your portion is runny too, Nen-san?" "If it's better to cook it thoroughly, I can do that." "Nah, I'm good with runny too." "Wow, you can make something like this at home?" "Hee, Yui-chan, you're going to make a great wife in the future." "Oh, thank you. I appreciate it." "Stop talking and help with the preparations." Seeing Yui becoming even more embarrassed, Yuma bluntly remarked. Certainly, Yui would likely make a great wife in the future. But for now, he wished they could steer away from that topic. Just imagining it made his face flush. In any case, the three of them brought the dishes to the table, took their seats, and clasped their hands together, saying, "Thank you for the meal." Without delay, they scooped spoonfuls into their mouths, savoring the rich flavors of the creamy eggs and curry that spread throughout their palates. "Yuma, what do you think of it? Is it delicious?" "It's incredibly delicious." Hee. "I'm glad." Yui's expression softened into a pleased, melting smile. Observing that kind of smile, he found himself wanting to ruffle her hair again, although he wouldn't dare do it in front of Nen. Nevertheless, "This is genuinely delicious." "Yui-chan, I didn't expect you to be so skilled in cooking." "No, it's nothing special." "No need to be modest. This is truly something you can be proud of." Saying that, Nen grinned mischievously. "If it's this delicious, maybe you should make Yui-kun's bento too." "Eh? But I've been making it every day." "Huh?" Facing Yui with a bewildered expression, Yuma covered his face with one hand. He hadn't mentioned the bento thing since he knew Nen would definitely tease him about it. Nen's surprised expression turned into a sly smile. "Yui-chan, you're welcome to come be my sister-in-law anytime. Quit saying weird things and just eat." Following everything that transpired, Nen took care of tidying up after they finished eating. Yuma and Yui returned to the room, and they both sat comfortably on the cushions placed on the floor, taking a break after the meal. Well, although one might call it a break, the both of them were busy organizing items and chatting on their smartphones while playing Grand Gate. Yui, how about this skill? With these words, Yui peered into Yuma's smartphone. Well, oh, it looks good. With that, you can combine it with this skill over here. As Yui continued to peer, she ended up leaning toward this side as well. Yui's shoulder touched Yuma's upper arm. Her hair carries a pleasant scent like that of flowers. Even such a small thing made him happy and embarrassed. His heart raced. However, the problem was in what happened after that. Even after she stopped peering, Yui's distance remained close. Her shoulders are still touching Yuma's upper arm. Yui tilted her body slightly and leaned toward him. Could it be that Yui also feels happy about being close like this? He couldn't help but think about it. His cheeks growing increasingly warm, he sneakily observed Yui's demeanor. Then, he noticed that Yui's face had also turned red. Is Yui embarrassed too? And yet, here she was, leaning in from her side, thinking that way. His heart skipped a beat. He wished he could get even closer. That was when Yui gently placed one of her hands between them. Looking at Yui, she continued to operate her smartphone with the other hand as if nothing had happened. But her cheeks seemed even redder than before. It might be wishful thinking, but could she want to hold hands? He thought. While still using one hand to operate his smartphone, Yuma placed his other hand between them and lightly touched Yui's hand with his pinky, as if to check if it was okay to continue touching. He waited for Yui's reaction. To his delight, Yui responded by touching his hand in the same way. Summoning his courage, he overlapped his hand with Yui's. He felt Yui's body tense up, but there was no sign of her pulling away or expressing discomfort. On the contrary, Yui turned her hand, palm up. They intertwined their fingers softly like lovers holding hands. He felt elated that Yui had accepted him. They had held hands many times before, but this time, he felt more nervous than usual. Perhaps it was because they were alone in his private room, but the atmosphere seemed sweeter than usual. Glancing sideways, he noticed that Yui's cheeks were now bright red. She was clearly embarrassed. Yet, she was holding hands with him like this. Could Yui also be feeling happy like this? Yuma was embarrassed too, but he wanted more. He wanted to feel more excitement. He wanted Yui to feel happy too. Both of them had completely stopped using their smartphones. They held each other's hands as if to confirm the sensation or convey the warmth of their touch. Yui's hand was slightly smaller than his, and if he squeezed too hard, he felt like it might break, which made him cherish it even more. Yuma suddenly being called. Yuma's body twitched. What's wrong? I want you to stroke my head. Huh? For a moment, Yuma didn't understand what Yui had said, but when he grasped the meaning of her words, a rush of happiness surged within him. Then, I'll stroke it. Yui closed her eyes and tilted her head towards Yuma. Then, he gently touched her hair after placing his smartphone on the table. He continued to gently stroke Yui's head. Earlier, he had initiated the contact, but this time, Yui had asked him to stroke her head. It somehow felt like their feelings had connected, making him incredibly happy. Yui seemed to be enjoying Yuma's gentle strokes with a look of pleasure. As they continued, he thought she looked a bit like a cat. He moved his hand down slightly and stroked her cheek. Yui giggled as if tickled and nuzzled her cheek against Yuma's hand, moving her head as if to encourage the caress. He could feel the softness of her skin against his fingertips. What a cute creature. Yui closed her eyes and blissfully surrendered to Yuma's actions. He could tell that she genuinely admired him. Yui's adorable and lovable behavior made him unable to resist the urge to want to hug her. He wanted her for himself. That was how he felt. Yui, what is it? Her voice was sweet and melodic. Perhaps if he said, I want to hold you, Yui would accept it. But he and Yui were just friends. After all, even holding hands felt like a daring step. So was it really appropriate to go any further? Besides, if he let down his guard even for a moment, he might not be able to stop himself. However, he wanted to say it. I want to hold you. I don't want us to stay just friends forever. I like you. I want us to be more than friends. Just as those words were on the tip of his tongue, A knocking sound came from the door of the room. Startled, both of them quickly pulled away. Yui-kun, Yui-chan, the bath is ready. Come on in. Oh, okay, they replied to Nen's voice from outside the room. It seems like the bath is ready. Yeah. Should I go first? Since you're our guest, I'll give you the first bath. Okay, I'll take the bath first. All right. You remember where it is from when you took a shower earlier, right? Yes. Well then, I'll go ahead. With a flushed face, Yui left the room, fluttering like a butterfly. Phew. After seeing Yui off, Yuma let out a deep breath and slumped, feeling a complex mix of emotions, like being relieved and disappointed at the same time. His chest felt tight. He couldn't help but adore Yui. What would happen to him if he continued to have feelings for her like this? Maybe I should have a drink of water to calm down, he said it loud to himself, then headed to the living room section. Yui submerged herself in the bath water up to her shoulders and exhaled deeply. Her heart was still pounding. Being touched by Yuma was the best. She felt so happy that she even found it a little lonely to be apart from him. It should be okay, right? I feel like I might have been a bit too bold, but he didn't seem repulsed, did he? She had a moment of reflection. As she calmed down a bit, she loved Yuma deeply, and being with him made her happy. She had done things she wouldn't normally do, feeling a bit out of control, but Yuma had responded positively. Looking back, she thought the atmosphere was quite nice. It was a bit embarrassing, but he acknowledged her as a woman. He must have felt the excitement too. She didn't know how wonderful it could be when the person you love makes your heart race like this. Her face unconsciously relaxed. I love you. I really do. She whispered softly. Doing so, her feelings of affection for Yuma overflowed once more. She wanted to feel more and more excitement. She wanted him to see her as a girl, but she had to make sure not to go too far. Right now, she still didn't want Yuma to realize her feelings. And above all, it was embarrassing. Just thinking about what she had done earlier made her squirm. Wait, I'm taking a bath at the house of the boy I like right now. Thinking that, she suddenly felt nervous. Come to think of it, when she mentioned showering at Yuma's house before, his dad had been quite worried. He had said things like she was too defenseless, that she should be more cautious, and that even seemingly kind boys had ulterior motives. Yuma is a boy too, and maybe he's interested. She gently touched her own skin. She would never say it, she would never do it. But what if she were to ask? Want to take a bath together? How would Yuma react? What am I even thinking? Yui blushed deeply and, as if to conceal her embarrassment, began to splash the water playfully. She realized that she had gone too far with her thoughts. And just then, it happened. Yui. Eek. Yui was startled by Yuma's voice coming from the changing room. Why Yuma? What's going on? You forgot to bring a change of clothes, huh? Oh, I brought your bag with me, so I'm just going to leave it here, okay? I didn't look inside, though. Yeah, thanks. Yuma's presence faded away. Yui remained completely red, with half of her face submerged in the water, making little bubbles. Even though she knew it was impossible, for a moment, she thought Yuma might come in. It took her quite a while to calm down from that, and by the time she got out of the bath, she was completely flushed. Yui, are you okay? Yuma lay on the living room sofa, fanning the languid Yui with a hand fan as he spoke to her. I'm fine. Taking too long baths is bad for your health, you know? I was just lost in thought. Be careful. It wouldn't be funny if you fainted from overheating. By the way, Nen had apparently retreated to her room. He still felt embarrassed about being seen with Yui like this, so he was honestly grateful. Yui's exhausted appearance somehow had a captivating feeling. Her skin was flushed from overheating, and her expression was somewhat vague. The pajamas she was wearing had 2 buttons unbuttoned, revealing a glimpse of her white skin. And with her lying down like this, he couldn't help but become aware of Yui's slender figure and feminine curves. Staring any longer would be harmful to his eyes. I'm going to take a bath too, so take your time, okay? Yeah. Oh, Yuma, I'm thirsty. Can I get something to drink? Yeah. There's juice in the fridge. Help yourself. Thanks. With that, he hurriedly made his way to the bathroom. When he undressed and opened the door to the bathroom, He noticed a sweet fragrance different from the usual, and his heart raced. Trying not to think about it, he stepped into the bath, but Yuma was a teenage high school boy in the throes of puberty. Moreover, the girl he liked had just been in this bath moments ago. He couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. In the end, it took Yuma a considerable amount of time to calm down, and he ended up taking quite a long bath. Returning to the living room slightly flushed, he found Yui sitting on the floor. "Yui, what's wrong?" "Huh?" Yui turned her gaze toward Yuma with a dreamy voice. Her eyes looked drowsy, and they swayed gently even though she was just sitting there. "What's wrong? Did you do something that smells like alcohol?" Noticing the smell, Yuma suddenly looked at the table. There sat Strange Neo, a clear alcoholic drink known for its high alcohol content despite its juice-like taste. Nen often drank it on her days off, so Yui must have mistaken it for juice given the circumstances. "Why, Yui? Are you okay?" "Ahahi. I'm fine." Yui giggled and replied. She seemed a bit out of it. "Ani-chan, can you come here for a moment?" Yui accidentally drank alcohol. "Huh, seriously?" Nen, who was in her room, quickly came to the living room. She made a face as she confirmed Yui's slightly vacant state. "Sorry, I should have said something." "And, Yui, you must be really sensitive to alcohol if you're like this after only half a drink. What should we do? For now, how about some water?" "Okay." Nen quickly filled a glass with water and brought it over. However, even when she offered the glass, Yui just stared at it and didn't make any move to take it. "Do you want me to help you drink it?" "Oh, yeah." She used a sweet, vulnerable tone that came with her shy smile. Yuma couldn't help but think, this side of her is cute in its own way. He gently brought the glass to her lips. Yui's cherry-colored lips touched the glass. As he gently tilted it, she drank the water slowly, sip by sip. Even though he was just taking care of her, for some reason, he felt extremely nervous. The water's delicious." As they continued, Yui started to doze off, looking drowsy. "Perfect," he thought. She'd probably sober up after a good night's sleep. "Yui, are you feeling sleepy?" "Well, let's go sleep in bed, then. Can you walk? Carry me?" "Huh?" Yui looked up at Yuma and reached out her hand. "Yuma, carry me? No, that's a bit." "Hey, wait, stop." Hug. Yui wrapped her arms round Yuma's neck and hugged him tightly. Not content with just that, she pressed her cheeks against his, rubbing them affectionately. The sensation of her soft, smooth skin felt pleasant. Normally, Yui wouldn't do something like this, but maybe it was the alcohol making her affectionate, as she showed no restraint. "Hey, Ani-chan." "Help." "Yui-chan, come on, let me carry you." "Come over here." "No. I want Yuma." Yui continued to press herself even closer. She still smelled good, likely from her bath. Furthermore, Yui was in her pajamas, probably not wearing a bra, and the soft sensation. He couldn't let his mind wander like this any longer. Yuma decided to switch to a short-term strategy. "All right. I'll carry you, okay? Is that fine?" Being as careful as possible not to touch any inappropriate areas, Yuma lifted Yui's body. "For now, let's get you a bed." "Yes." "Or would you rather sleep in my bed?" "I'll get mad." They made their way to Nen's room in this manner. Kneeling down while holding Yui, Yuma gently seated her on the bed. However, she didn't want to release her arm wrapped around his neck. "Look, we're here. Let's go to sleep now, okay?" "No." Yui clung even tighter, putting more strength into her embrace. Honestly, her affectionate behavior was cute and pleasing, but as a young man, there were certain things he couldn't handle for much longer. Nen chuckled softly, seemingly amused by the situation. "I'll go get a sports drink. Take care of Yui, okay?" "Why yes." "Make sure you don't do anything weird, okay?" "I won't." Nen then left the room to get a sports drink. Yui clung to Yuma, still not letting go. She happily embraced him, saying, she's so cute." Yuma found her adorable in this state. Honestly, it was bad for his heart, but he couldn't help feeling happy during moments like these. "Hey Yuma, what is it?" "Love." Yuma felt like his heart has stopped. Yui loosened the arm she had wrapped around Yuma's neck, and with dreamy eyes, She now stared directly at his face from an extremely close distance. "I love you. I really, really do." She repeated these sweet words in a whisper as if driving the point home. This was supposed to be just liking him as a friend or perhaps drunken rambling. Yuma had to keep telling himself that, otherwise, he felt like he might lose control. "Do you love me, Yuma?" "Yeah." I'm so happy. I'm really, really happy." She said this while smiling genuinely, clearly delighted. His heart raced, pounding loudly. Yui was gazing at Yuma's face intently. The sweet voice and the blissful smile were already bad enough, but the worst part was their current position. The way Yui had her arm around Yuma's neck currently, it looked as if they were about to kiss, and Yuma's gaze couldn't help but drift towards Yui's lips. He found himself thinking that he wanted to kiss her. "Are we going to kiss?" Yuma felt his heart race again at Yui's words. No, that's not. Isn't it okay?" Saying that, Yui closed her eyes. Yuma had already forgotten how to speak or breathe properly. With her eyes still closed, Yui waited for Yuma to kiss her. He could have forcibly moved away if he wanted to, but he felt as though his body had turned to stone, incapable of moving. He did have the desire to do such a thing, but more than that, he wanted to cherish Yui. He didn't want to hurt her. Taking Yui's, probably, first kiss like this was absolutely out of the question. Even though he thought that way in his head, he felt his reason melting away. His heart was ringing like a bell. He should have forcibly moved away and returned to his room immediately. That should have been the right choice, but he couldn't move. Before he knew it, as if being drawn in, he was drawing closer to Yui's face. "Yui?" Just before their lips touched, he noticed something was wrong and called out, but there was no response. Yui, with her eyes still closed, was making gentle sleeping sounds. He gently loosened Yui's arm that was wrapped around his neck and carefully laid her down on the bed. Yuma covered Yui, who was sleeping peacefully, with a blanket and quickly returned to his own room. Once inside his room, he closed the door behind him and slumped down against it, feeling as if he had collapsed in place. "This is bad." "What happened just now?" The following morning, Yuma was absent-mindedly brushing his teeth in the bathroom. The reflection in the mirror showed a tired face with dark circles under his eyes. It was only natural since he had tossed and turned in bed all night. Thinking back to the events of last night, an overwhelming sense of guilt welled up within him. The reason Yui always leaned on him so trustingly was that she saw him as her best friend. He had betrayed that trust by almost kissing her. If Yui hadn't fallen asleep at that moment, he was certain it would have happened. He was on the verge of taking Yui's precious first kiss in such a manner. Finishing brushing his teeth with a heavy heart, he rinsed his mouth, and then, "Yuma, good morning." Clad in her pajamas, Yui, toothbrush in hand, appeared in the bathroom. Good morning. Is it okay if I stand next to you?" Yeah." Yui, still in a half-asleep state, joined Yuma's side to wash her face. She seemed to have low blood pressure and had difficulty in the mornings. Yuma, about what happened last night." Drying her face with a towel, Yui began to speak, and at those words, Yuma's body tensed up. "I didn't do anything weird, did I?" "Oh, you don't remember?" "Yeah. I realized I accidentally drank some alcohol, but I don't remember anything that happened after that." "I see." Yuma was torn between whether he should explain the situation and apologize profusely or act as if nothing had happened. Just then, something unexpected occurred. Wait, Yui? Yui, still half asleep, was about to rinse her mouth before brushing her teeth, but perhaps due to her drowsiness, she accidentally used the cup Yuma had just used. Yui realized her mistake a little late. Her face immediately turned red, and she quickly removed her mouth from the cup. "I am so sorry." No, it's fine. I usually share it with my sister, so it's not a big deal." Although he was actually feeling incredibly nervous, Yuma said this in an attempt to cover up his embarrassment. However, Yui seemed somewhat displeased, as if something had bothered her. "You share it with Nen-san, huh?" Yeah." Blushing deeply, Yui continued to gaze at the cup and sneaked a quick glance in Yuma's direction. "Why, you don't mind?" "Yeah, it's fine." Upon hearing Yuma's response, Yui, her face now as red as her ears, put her mouth to the cup once more. Yuma couldn't bear to watch any longer. He quickly made his escape towards the living room. Epilogue. A few days had passed since the overnight stay. I wonder if I did something wrong to Yuma. Well, you guys didn't ever fight or anything, right? During their school lunch break, Yui and Asuka were talking behind the school building. Lately, Yuma had been acting differently, and it was bothering Yui. He seemed distant and wasn't as affectionate as before. Feeling down about it, Yui was comforted by Asuka, who said, "If you're troubled about something, you can always talk to me." Although it was embarrassing to discuss her romantic troubles with someone, Yui wanted advice more than anything else. "By the way, how has Suizaki-kun been acting recently? He seems to talk to you normally at school, but..." "Well, he does talk to me normally, but it's just that he doesn't make much eye contact." "I see. And also, he hasn't been holding my hand when we walk to and from school lately." "Wait a second. So you guys used to hold hands, huh?" "Why yeah." Asuka seemed like she wanted to say something profound but decided to continue instead. "Well, never mind. Is there anything that might have caused this change in his behavior?" Yuma started acting strangely after I stayed over at his house." "Wait a second? You stayed over at his house?" "Suizaki-kun's house?" "Why yeah. Did you guys do anything intimate, huh?" No, we didn't. We didn't do anything. I just wanted Yuma to be more aware of me, so I did a few things, and maybe that's why." Yui frantically denied it, while Asuka let out a deep sigh. "I was seriously worried for a moment, but now it just seems silly." Megu-chan? "Oh, Yui-chan, you probably don't need to worry at all. In fact, things are probably going well. Have you heard of avoiding someone you like?" "Avoiding someone you like?" "Yeah. It's when you like someone so much that you become embarrassed and can't make eye contact or act distant. I think that's what Suizaki-kun might be doing." Yui let out a strange sound and her face turned bright red. Well, I mean, Yuma, but that kind of." "Yui-chan, when you started liking him, didn't you experience something like that?" "Feeling too embarrassed to talk or make eye contact?" "Well, yeah, but Yuma being like that." "Yui-chan, you should have more confidence in yourself. You're super cute, and if you've been holding hands and even stayed over, it's actually weird if he doesn't like you back, but still, how about just confessing to him?" "See, confess? Why are you so surprised? Didn't you work hard because you wanted to date Suizaki-kun?" "Well, yeah, but, indeed, Yui wanted to become Yuma's girlfriend. However, she had always regarded that as a distant goal somewhere in her heart. But, if Yuma really liked her, confessing would mean they could become a couple. She hadn't prepared herself mentally for that step yet." "Yuma with me." "Hey Yui-chan." "Hello?" In the end, Yui became too embarrassed and couldn't say anything more. Afterward, from the time we first met, Yui-chan has always been defenseless, but deep down, she lacked confidence in herself. She had knowledge like anyone else, but she never thought someone like her could be seen in that way. That's why she could stick to me so carefreely. But now, Yui-chan seems to have ulterior motives. She wants Yuma-kun to find her cute. She'd be happy if he felt nervous about her actions. If they spend the night together, something might progress. With such expectations, she's launching a full-scale attack. And, regardless of how things have unfolded so far, her plan has been unexpectedly successful. Now the question is whether she'll be intimidated and back away or gather the courage to step even further. Please look forward to it. Now, on to the acknowledgements. Actually, the latter half of last year was filled with tumultuous days, but somehow I managed to release the second volume. To those who have been reading Zutomo, those who wrote their thoughts on social media or blogs, those who left positive reviews, those who sent gifts on birthdays, thank you very much. Your support has been very encouraging. Also, to those who were involved in this work, including the illustrator Maruma and my editor Penny, thank you. Thanks to all of you, I was able to enjoy working on this project once again. Now, this is where I'll wrap it up. The third volume is planned to be a significant story in this work. If I can release it successfully, I'll do my best, so please continue to support me. This has been Iwatsuka Azuka. End of Volume 2.